just have to have one good winning day. And boom, we know.
You're in. We've got you. You're hooked and we're reeling. But I will say, yeah,
lovely
it's lovely that we benefit from it and having their presence and initiating more charity benefits.
Yes.
And that they are an organisation that supports others as well,
yeah,
regularly. They are huge givers.
Yeah, they do. And a lot of people in racing, I know in the Western Cape there were, I won't mention names, but well-known people, big owners that have been part of Nomads for many, many, many years, and they contribute really well towards the charities. Yeah.
So Nomads, Eastern Cape, a warm welcome, and thanks for joining us this afternoon at Fairview Racecourse. Throughout the afternoon, after races, we will be chatting to various sponsors and getting to know more about them and their businesses and how they are involved in Nomads, and I'm really looking forward to that. Race 1 is the first of 9 this afternoon. We've got it's a smallish field, especially now with the scratching of number 6 Mag Malicious. We have the 5 horses in the ring, and it does not form part of our exotics, but it is a good way to remind you not to get left behind, as the exotics do start with a kick-off in race 2, where we will see the first leg of the bipod. That race jumps at 12:05. And Neil, we'll go down to the parade ring now and start with number 1, who is Miraculous Man. And yeah, with Nico calling upstairs, he'll be very excited to see the horse that he's got a share in, the Clocking the Gallop Syndicate. Of course, the nominee there, Nico, and they're in there with the Werners as well. And Neil, we're just chatting upstairs with Nico and saying it might be a 5-horse field and he might have the consistent form to win a race like this, but he's by no means a good thing.
No, today I make him tougher. I liked him last time,
yes,
and I liked him the time before, and in the Work Riders race, etc. as well.
Yes.
But today I think he's small field, but I think he's actually going to be at his very best to feature here this afternoon. But having a look at him in the parade ring, I said, what? He's a lovely walker.
He is. He moves beautifully. Yeah. And you know, the thing is, he's actually not a huge horse, so no, he's actually got a lovely move on him. He covers more ground than the height he would suggest.
He's definitely going to win a race for the Kelly Mitchley stable and for the connections, including Nico and the Werners. But look at that. He's just got a lovely walk about him as well. So I hope he goes close here this afternoon, but I do think he's got 2 horses to beat.
Number 2, Greek Mafia, is a representative of the Cackness yard, and a couple of headgear changes for this fellow. Blinkers come on, blinkers come off, cheek pieces go on, and the tongue tie that he wore last time out has also been removed. I think the mile last time out was definitely too far for him, so disregard that under par run. I think we can expect better from him back to the sprints. He's got pole position draw in the small field, and although 1 or 2 are preferred above him for the win, he definitely has quartet claims.
All right, number 3 is Bridgerton. He's a 3 there. I think that's him on the far side here. That should be Bridgerton. I'm just trying to get a heads up if it is him. Just talk about him. But let me talk about number 3, Bridgerton, because I make him the horse to beat. And I really do think that Bridgerton from the Gavin Smith stable has got Louis Makotwa in the irons. That's him here with the lead pony. So Bridgerton's got the lead pony here with him as well, the white blinkers. And on paper, this horse should have won by now, really. So I think it's a massive runner this afternoon. I'll make Louis Makotwa the jockey to be with this afternoon. I think Louis has got an outstanding book of rides today, starting right here, and I think we'll be interviewing him, touchwood, on several occasions. Number 4 is Moldano. That's his first time in the United States. He's looking for further, apparently, from the Kelly Mitchley stable. JP will ride. And then number 5 is Principessa Mia, a 5-furlong horse. Meets the boys, but does get the sex allowance as a filly this afternoon. Richard Ferry, nice to have Richard back after his time off. He went out and had a little bit of fishing that he loves so much as well, and he got a good rest, much deserved as well. What a rider he is. Those are the runners for the first this afternoon. They're leaving the parade ring. Nadine's going to be chatting to Alan Greef once they have gone down to post. Alan does send out the 5 Principessa Mia. Let's cross over for the first time this afternoon, and it's a good afternoon to Nico Contiotis.
runners for the first of the day, the Nomads Eastern Cape, and 4 Racing welcomes you to Fairview Maiden Plate over 1,000 metres heading down to post. Number 1 is Miraculous Man and Dennis Shaw's. Going by after that, number 2, Greek Mafia. Cheek pieces on and blinkers off today, Chase Morjan. 4 is the newcomer, Maldano, JP van der Merwe. Son of the United States, having his first run here today. Number 5 is the filly. That is Principe Samia. Richard Ferry. Nice to have Richard back in the saddle. He's had a week of break. 10 days or so, actually. He's obviously been fishing. So I hope to hook 1 or 2 winners today. Number 3 is Bridgerton, the last horse by. That's the ruling favourite. Louis Mkotwa going by with the lead pony. Has got cheek pieces on, and those blinkers come off. So no blinkers, but cheek pieces instead for number 3, Bridgerton. Well, standing downstairs with Nadine is Alan Creef, who had that big tussle with Gavin Smith all the way down to the line for last racing season. Great to have Alan chatting to us about his runners today. He's speaking to Nadine Loaki next.
In the parade ring with trainer Alan Creef. Just before the running of the first race, we're going to touch on Principe Samia, which is a filly he sends out to take on male opposition. But first of all, I'm just having a look upstairs, Alan, and watching all the visitors today from the Nomads Eastern Cape enjoying themselves upstairs, and it's great to have them here. It's lovely to feel a vibe on course when you send your horses out to race.
Oh yes, so when I walked up I saw there and I looked to find out who they are. Nomads are here in full force, and hopefully they punt, drink and make merry for the day and go home smiling.
I'm very sure they will. Now Alan, a small field to get us started on the first of the day, but you are, well, Principe Samia is a filly taking on male opposition. Is it a concern?
No, I don't think so. You know, she's going to get the weight allowance, filly's weight allowance, so she's got a chance. And you know, she's been a filly that's been knocking on the door. She just needs things to turn her way. And I thought 1,000 meters rather than the next race over 1,200 would be a better option for her. Last time she ran second. The third horse was some 6 lengths back. So you know, hopefully she can find one better in the boxes here and get to the middle of the box and get us a winner to start the day. But it is, although small field, very competitive.
It may only be 5 horses in the field, but there are definitely a couple with form. Principe Samia is one of them, and I will say I do expect to see her at least in the first 3.
Thanks very much, Nadine. And yes, number 5, Principe Samia, moved well to post this afternoon with Richard Ferry in the irons, but nothing moved to post better than number 1, Miraculous Man. Lovely walker in the parade ring, I did mention that. And when it moves down to post, I can't believe that Miraculous Man hasn't won a race thus far. 12 starts, several places, but maybe that action's too good for the poly. That action needs to go back to the turf. But yep, the best mover to post, number 1, Miraculous Man, without a doubt, followed then by number 5, Principe Samia. Can't tell you much about the action of the horse that I'm going to tip first, and that's number 3, Bridgerton from the Gavin Smith stable, purely because it was hacked down to post as per usual, and you couldn't give much away there. But Louis Mkotwa is aboard this afternoon for Gavin Smith, and if you have just joined us, we did mention that Louis has got a sterling book of rides this afternoon. He's got to have a couple of winners for sure, touch wood. Nadine, nice to hear a bit of feedback there from Alan with the 5, Principe Samia. She takes on the boys, but she's been ultra consistent. She's always in the money, and she moved down as she normally does. She moved well.
Yeah, she did go down to post very nicely. She was my second best mover going to post. And I think what really turns the tables in her favour is the fact that she is racing, as Alan pointed out again, over the 5 furlong trip.
Yes.
We saw that she's been consistent over 1,200, but she's got the pace that really is best suited to the minimum trip. So I think though she might be drawn widest, she has a tiny field. It can't be too much of a hardship. I'm pretty sure that Bridgerton is going to set the pace and try and make all the running, but I don't think that the passport filly is out of this, and she shouldn't be discounted.
The best mover was number
1. He looked outstanding. I will say you picked him in the parade ring as a beautiful, as a good walker. Well, he's an even better mover to post. He was Lovely.
Sorry, doesn't he maybe just move too well for Polly? Maybe this horse needs to get on. You know, from day one, when Miraculous Man arrives in the Eastern Cape, I've chosen this horse on the way. He's got an action money can't buy. I really cannot believe that he hasn't won out of 12 starts to date.
Yeah, it really, when you see him move to start like that, it really does boggle your mind. I'm not going to lie either, because I was standing with Alan and he was saying, well, who do you think my dangers are? And I was talking about the form of Bridgerton, and then we both looked up and Alan went, who's that?
Exactly.
Yeah, he said, well, geez, there's that. How well did that move?
Yeah.
And yeah, spot on, I agree. But yeah, maybe that is what the case is. Maybe he actually does just want the turf. And he's only had the one start in it, and on that day he flew late and only went down by a quarter of a length.
No, I think no race when he goes to the turf. For Nico's sake, I hope he wins this afternoon, but I think when Miraculous Man is on the turf, I'm having a full go, Nico. Your horse moved beautifully to post. For me, the horse they have to beat is number 3, Bridgerton. Didn't give us much indication, because it always gets hacked down to post, as per usual. Louis Makotwa rides, and I do think that, it'll make the pace, and I just think Louis is going to have an amazing day today.
Yeah, you know, whenever I see a horse the lead pony, yes, they don't give much away on the way to post, but the fact that he looked calm and quiet going down is obviously a bonus. Otherwise he wouldn't be there with that lead pony. His coat looked really good in the parade ring. I went down shortly after you started having a chat about him, and he looked really good in the parade ring. Look at that beautiful shine on his coat. First run is a 3-year-old, but he's held his own out of his age group previously. He does keep finding a few to beat him home, but I think he bumps the right field here, and again, very well suited to 1,000. I will say, when he's raced over further, he's run on well, but lately they've been making him really use his pace, and that's one thing that the Smith Yard are very good at, is fitting a horse to the nth degree and then sending him out to the front and running everyone else off their feet, and I think that could be what they do with him today.
All right, Nadine, we've spoken about this race. I just want to touch on, I went upstairs and sort of fished around a little bit, and thanks to the people volunteering, I was going to mention 2 horses later on in the day that we never mentioned that possibly need to be considered. From the Kelly Mitchley stable, race 4, number 7, Fur Baby.
Yes.
On the way it works, apparently a big runner that I heard earlier on, so thank you to the stable.
Very important, yes.
A couple of minutes ago. And then also I was pointed in the direction in race 8 to a horse priced up about 33 to 1, number 11, Eclair, from the Sharon Cotton stable. So thanks to Greg for that. There's some good value coming through there. So those are 2 runners if you haven't structured anything for permutations.
Right, so we've got a countdown of just under 2 minutes till they load. Again, a small field that starts us off here, and let's just lay it down. Who are you going for the win here?
I'm going with Bridgerton, number 3.
Bridgerton, and I'm going to go against him with number 5, Principessa Mia, the filly. Both of us agreeing, however, that pick of Canter to post was number 1, Miraculous Man. So, as far as the bipod is concerned, and that kicks off in race 2, Neil, I'm not sure how you think of playing this, but I would think you would be bankering, because you make amazing colours in race 2. The best bet on the card for you?
Yeah, I've banked that. As a matter of fact, if they go onto the Tab 4 Racing app, the bet, you'll just it says tips at the bottom. If you click on that, I have put my bipod and my PA and my Pick 6 online.
Okay.
So people can see that already. And yes, Amazing Colours for me is a banker in the bipod.
So there you go, nice banker as far as the first leg is concerned, just to get you started, and to point out that that race will jump at 12:05. Opening leg of the bipod, don't get left behind there. With a minute to the off of race 1, Neil's in the camp of Bridgerton. I'm shouting for number 5, Principessa Mia. And as we hand upstairs to Nico, I'm pretty sure he's going to be hoping for number 1, Miraculous Man.
Thanks very much, Nadine. Yes, most definitely. But a tough maiden to get off the day. Very hotly contested. Only 5 runners. And a beautiful day down in Gqeberha today. No wind to speak of. Temperatures soaring to the upper 20s here today. And nomads are here in their full force. Over 120 people, I understand, are dining with us in the Bold Silvano room. And they'll be making hay while the sun shines down here today, hopefully. First race, not part of the exotics, and they are preparing to load them up. It shouldn't take long for them to put them into the stalls, and they'll be sprinting on their way back.
They're holding a gate.
Almost set for the first race load. Runners for this maiden 1,000 metres been waiting at the starting stalls for a bit of time now. Just understand there was an issue with the function of the gates down there, which looks to be sorted out, and they'll be called into line shortly. Time. So the field about to go forward, just 5 of them. The scratching of number 6, Mag Malicious. Miraculous Man is the first to come in, followed by Bridgerton. Maldano. Greek Mafia and the filly Principessa Mia will complete the lineup. Maldano, first visit to the racecourse on race day, goes forward with Greek Mafia, and Principessa Mia will be the last one. Just about ready, first of 9 today on the pony track here at Fairview. Principessa Mia going into gate number 5. All set. Just to close that back gate on Principessa Mia. She's edgy and she's backed out. Another turn for Principessa Mia. To come into 5, has to settle now and racing away from that 1,000 metre marker. Bridgerton got the best of the start as the early leader. From Principessa Mia's up there, Greek Mafia and Miraculous Man. And Maldano's tucked in at the back end of the field, giving them about 4 or 5 lengths start. But it's Bridgerton out in front, cutting out the gallop, led by a length or so. From in second, Principessa Mia, 2 lengths away to Greek Mafia. Then a gap of 4 lengths back to Miraculous Man and Maldano. Those are the 2 back markers. They give them 6 or 7 lengths. About to turn for home. They've got 450 metres left to go, and Bridgerton led from Principessa Mia in second. Then Greek Mafia behind that. Miraculous Man angled to the outside, further back to Maldano. 300 to go. Bridgerton from Principessa Mia puts on the pressure. Then came Miraculous Man, who is starting to make up ground, but it's still Bridgerton. But Principessa Mia is coming home strongly on the outside. Then Miraculous Man, Bridgerton, and Principessa Mia. There's little to choose. Principessa Mia, Bridgerton. Principessa from Bridgerton, Miraculous Man third, then came Maldano and Greek Mafia. Well, he's been fishing, Richard Ferry, for the last 10 days, and it's good for him to get back onto the board here. No doubt he'll be one of the title chasers for the season. And tremendous ride by him to get this horse up from Bridgerton. These 2 will fight out the finish with Miraculous Man back in third, but a good victory for number 8, Principessa Mia, number 5 rather. She is a daughter of Pathwalk, and she runs in the colours of Chelso and Lee Scribanti. Bridgerton did everything right, had the cheek pieces on today. It comes right down to the line. They're fighting as one horse over here, Principessa Mia and Bridgerton, but Principessa Mia does get the better that last 50 or so metres to win it by a short head. Here comes the line. It's a short head win for Principessa Mia. Second placing Bridgerton, 4 lengths away, and third to Miraculous Man, and further 4 back to Maldano, and then came Greek Mafia back in that 5th position. That's the run for the first race of the day, and it's Alan Greff in the winner's enclosure here. This was bred by Mr. Lawrence Werner's, out of his mare Princess Line. If I remember her correctly, she stayed all day, did Princess Line, and she has come through to win it. Principessa Mia goes on to score. Welcome back to Richard Fourie, his first ride back from his vacation. And it's a winner. Aboard number 5, Principessa Mia. Second was number 3, Bridgerton. Third went to number 1, Miraculous Man. And fourth to number 4, Maldano. Well done to Richard Fourie. Kicks off his 2023-2024 season with a winner. What better way to start it off than having a win here? And this is for Alan Greff and the Scribanti brothers. Principessa Mia is a 4-year-old bay filly by Pathwalk out of the Dynasty mare Princess Line, bred by Mr. Lawrence Werners. And coming back to the winner's enclosure in her 7th start. She's a short-haired winner from number 3, Bridgerton, in second, and then a few lengths away to number 1, Miraculous Man, who picks up third. Maldano, 300 to go. Bridgerton from Principessa Mia puts on the pressure. Then came Miraculous Man, who is starting to make up ground, but it's still Bridgerton. But Principessa Mia is coming home strongly on the outside. Then Miraculous Man, Bridgerton, and Principessa Mia. There's little to do. Principessa Mia and Bridgerton. Principessa Mia, Bridgerton. Principessa got it. Principessa Mia from Bridgerton. Miraculous Man third.
Well, it's a 9-race card in the Eastern Cape this afternoon. We're underway. The winners of the first race being trainer Alan Creff, Richard Fourie aboard Principe Samir, and with me I have Godfrey, who's here on behalf of groom Daniel, and he of course is the carer for Principe Samir and is now in receipt of 1,500 Rand extra from World Sports Betting. A great initiative by them and very thankful. Godfrey, thanks very much for joining me. So there you go. Daniel's got a bit to celebrate, and someone who's come back with a bang is jockey Richard Fourie joining us. And Richard, before we get started on Principe Samir, we know that the second greatest love of your life is fishing. And how's it been at Zambia catching those tigers?
Oh, look, it was a phenomenal trip. Something that I definitely want to do soon again. But yeah, it's back to the grind, and yeah, nice and fresh, and so I want to keep it and keep us riding as many winners as I possibly can.
Well, reading the race card from a tipster's point of view, someone not riding in the race, pretty much the pace played out exactly as I saw it, and I'm sure that that was what you were expecting as well, for the Smith horse to go make the pace and you to follow.
Yeah, look, I had a few starts and I've ridden her, and she's been a little bit disappointing, and I keep scratching my head. It feels like she gets there and just lays down a bit. So I wanted a little bit of a lead, and you know, when Louis' horse was sort of in front there, his ears were flat back. He didn't really want to be there, and I thought, okay, I'm not going to attack him. I just want to sit and ride a little bit of pace work with him. And I came into the straight and just stayed low, keep her on the right leg, and wanted to join him probably at 100 meters, which would have been ideal if I can get my head in front. But then she got a little bump, took the bridle more than what I wanted for that moment, and you know, she gave me like a half-length kick. But then, you know, Louis' horse was fighting back, and she does cower a little bit, and she wanted to get out of it. But happy to get the win. She was quite a bit of a tactical ride, but I'm just glad to be able to win on her.
I see you gave her a very empathetic ride, but after taking that bump, you didn't pull the stick on her. You tried to just coax it out of her.
Yeah, exactly. Keep the measure. She's already giving me her all, and
exactly,
there's nothing more I can get out of her, because I know she's going to lay down under me, and just had to keep that momentum. And yeah, I fell my way, got the right kick, and it was a good win. So well done to Mr. Creff. To the owners, thank you very much, and obviously to my sponsors at Winning Form.
Most definitely. Before you run away, Richard, just run through your rides for us, please.
No
Ragazzo Grande, a bit disappointing last time out. The blinkers go on.
Yeah, look, you can see her last 3 starts, she ran very close to one another. She was just a flat run. I think it was also on the grass. So her form is better on the poly, and I think she got a 4 draw, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, she should run a much improved race over that sort of mile, and hoping to earn a check there.
For all we know, but unlucky last time out.
Yeah, very stiff last time. Do find that there's 2 or 3 horses with some serious form in there that I have to respect, but I wouldn't leave it out to Cortez.
Central City loves the poly.
Yeah, look, sort of horse that's weighted well, you know, carrying the right weight, right distance, right draw. I just hope I do the job right.
And then going on to race 6, we'll see Silver Stardust, and just to check here, but a little bit disappointing last time, but certainly capable of better.
Yeah, look, just he's a momentum sort of horse, and I'll work on that today.
Arturo, young horse, but done nothing wrong. 2 runs for a second and a win, now takes on older.
Yeah, always a bit difficult to fathom where they are at the maidens, but again, don't leave it out to Cortez.
An Open Secret, I know she's another one of those, perhaps been a bit disappointing, but she's definitely in with a shout.
Yeah, blinkers or something, we can have to see something, but yeah, also don't leave it out, you know, to compete.
Brilliant. Well, Richard, obviously you race well fresh. We'll be looking forward to seeing more of you. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Great ride there from Richard, and a big thanks to him for running through his rides with us. Alan's going to join us now, chatted to him in the parade ring, and Alan, thanks for pointing out, you know, we see a filly against the guy, she's got the form, we're a little bit worried, and you said no concern at all. I think, though, credit has to go to Richard for a good ride, but well done on the win.
Yeah, you know, it was a good ride on Richard's behalf, and glad to see that after his rest he could bounce back like that. But yeah, I wasn't far wrong in saying that when she I think this race turned out to be the same sort of scenario, except this time she managed to turn the tables on the second place into the winner's box. So, you know, I think any one of those 2 horses could have won. Just a little bit of luck in the running, and Richard just had a little bit more under him at the finish.
Now she's a passport filly, and she raced are Racehorse Owners Association members, so they get to smile with that 15,000 Rand extra. And yeah, always pays to be a member of the Racehorse Owners Association.
No, it is, and very well done to them. So pays their subscription for the new season.
It certainly does.
And you know, very well done to Chelsea Lee Sramanti and to Lee, who bred this filly in Natal at Piemonte, and you know, she was long overdue for a win, so very well done to them. And once again, you know, nice to have the Nomads here, and
Definitely.
I'll hand over the mic to them.
Great, Ellen, well done. And on that note, we're going to ask Mr. Robert Rustenburg to please come in and join me. Step on in, great to have you here. And I see you are the vice captain of Nomads Eastern Cape. It's fantastic, first of all, to have you supporting us again. I know you are regular supporters of Fairview Racecourse. Great to have you here. And with that, let's hear a little bit about the Eastern Cape Nomads and what they're all about.
Okay, well, like you said, I'm going to be looking down at a little piece of paper to keep the confidence down. Okay, so I'm Rob Rustenburg, and I'm the vice captain of the Eastern Cape Nomads, as has been said. 1972 here in the Eastern Cape, and we are in our 51st year.
That is fantastic.
And we're one of 12 South African clubs that participate in our nationals in South Africa.
You've said now when you got involved. What is the aim of your organisation?
Okay, well, our organisation, to start from the beginning, it was founded by a visionary, Mark Florence, in 1960. The whole Nomads start. It's an organisation that has very defined aims and objectives, which have remained pertinent over the last 63 years throughout the clubs. To name three, and this is where I'm going to be looking down, guys, is to provide an opportunity for persons of all walks of life to meet with one another at least once a month, to play golf and to cement old relationships as we go. It's to encourage and foster and support the game of golf throughout South Africa. Is to generate funds for distribution to charitable causes and assist those persons, regardless of race, colour or creed, in less fortunate positions than ourselves. And then the last thing is, the last one being our reason for being here today, is to raise funds for our selected beneficiary that we as Nomads in the Eastern Cape do once a year.
And who is that beneficiary this year?
The beneficiary that we've chosen this year is Ukaselo Haven. It's a haven that looks after abused women and children, and we think that's quite important in today's age. There's a lot of it going on, and it's completely not acceptable.
Well, I have to commend the organisation. You are a community that enjoys each other's being together and playing the golf, but still giving back towards others, and that is so important. I think you've hit the nail on the head as far as women and children at the moment. Violence against them is at an all-time high, and I commend you for that. So thank you for joining us, and I hope that you really do well with your charity raising this afternoon.
No, super. Thank you very much for having us, and to the racecourse for hosting us. And thanks for letting me lead the winner in. Huh? Absolute
Great to feel like a winner, but we'll touch base with that a little bit later. I can hook you up there.
Okay, thank you very much.
Great to have Mr. Robert Rustenburg step in and join me, hear a little bit more about the Eastern Cape Nomads. Again, great supporters of racing here in the Eastern Cape, and great to have them raising funds for their selected charity again today. And Neil was doing a little bit of homework for me behind the scenes here. The creed for the Eastern Cape Nomads is through golf, the remembrance of others. Let's hope they have a wonderful day.
To come into 5, has to settle now and racing away from that 1,000 metre marker. Bridgerton got the best of the start as the early leader. From Principe Semia's up there, Greek Mafia and Miraculous Man. And Maldondo's tucked in at the back end of the field, giving them about 4 or 5 length start. But it's Bridgerton out in front, cutting out the gallop, led by a length or so. From in second, Principe Semia, 2 lengths away to Greek Mafia. Then a gap of 4 lengths back to Miraculous Man. and Maldano. Those are the two back markers. They give them 6 or 7 lengths. About to turn for home. They've got 450 metres left to go, and Bridgerton led from Principe Samir in second. Then Greek Mafia behind that Miraculous Man angled to the outside, further back to Maldano. 300 to go. Bridgerton from Principe Samir puts on the pressure. Then came Miraculous Man, who is starting to make up ground, but it's still Bridgerton. But Principe Samir is coming home strongly on the outside. Then Miraculous Man, Bridgerton, and Principe Samir. There's little to do. Principe Samir and Bridgerton. Principe Samir, Bridgerton. Principe got it. Principe Samir from Bridgerton puts on the pressure. Then came Miraculous Man, who is starting to make up ground, but it's still Bridgerton. But Principe Samir is coming home strongly on the outside. Then Miraculous Man, Bridgerton, and Principe Samir. There's little to do. Principe Samir and Bridgerton. Principe Samir, Bridgerton. Principe got it. Principe.
Welcome back to Fairview Race 2 on the card. First leg of the local bipot. It's the Advice Works Maiden Plate fillies and mares over 1,200 metres. Runners are already making their way out. Jockeys are mounting up, and we'll go straight to number 1. That's Heart of Eternity from the Zitzman Oosthuizen stable. Dennis Schwartz rides this afternoon, having its 8th outing. Leaving the parade ring on the far side, I'll just go numerically, I think. And number 2 is Tufan from the Gavin Smith stable, racing on the Polly. Seems to like the Polly, and Stallone Naidu will ride number 2, Tufan. I give this a bit of a place chance at 16 to 1. Number 3 is Tastemaker for the Tara Lang stable, having its first run here this afternoon, and had 32 runs, so a well-tried maiden. Number 4 is Misavar. She's having her 3rd local run this afternoon. She's maybe got a quartet chance at best from the Gavin Smith stable. Number 5 is Sundrop. Jacques Stradom, the trainer, drawn 8 this afternoon. Lots of work to do. And then the horse that they all have to beat, the grey filly going down there, is the Daughter of Heavenly Blue. Number 6, Amazing Colours, winning jockey. While Louis McCott beaten narrowly in the previous race, must have a big chance of making amends this afternoon. That is the current favourite. Those are the runners, some of them still in the parade ring, some are making their way out to the course proper. So we're going to cross straight over to Nico Kritsiotis. Hopefully the horses will parade and turn and canter to post for the Advice Works Maiden Plate.
Thanks very much, Neil. It is the start of the bipot. Race 2 is the Advice Works Maiden Plate, 1,200 metres. Horses making their way out onto the course. 9 is Quirk of Fate. To Craig Zaki. Here's Masava. Number 4, Use Ramson. Number 1 is Heart of Eternity, Dennis Shaw's. 10, Hasta La Vista Baby, Richard Ferree. The favourite is 6, Amazing Colours, Louis Mkotwa. Also out early is number 8, Josie Mo's about to turn and canter past with J.P. van der Merwe. There's Josie Mo. Number 8 is going by ahead of 9, Quirk of Fate. Those are the 2 early runners to post. Number 8, Josie Mo, just tugging her way through to the start. 3 is Tastemaker, having her debut back with Tara Lang in the Eastern Cape. She has been here before. Chase Morjan is the rider. 1, Heart of Eternity. And Dennis Shaw's going to post. This is Hasta La Vista Baby, number 10, having her debut run, the daughter of Batala Palace, with this stable having won the first race of the day with Principe Samir. Richard Ferree aboard. Number 10, Hasta La Vista Baby, turning to canters, number 2, coming back from a lengthy break, Tufan. Stallone Naidu rides. 11 is Sunset Raw, another newcomer, Eldon Webber for Cliffy Miller. And the favourite is number 6, Amazing Colours. Sports the blinkers for the first time, Louis Mkotwa rides. And also going by was 5, Sundrop, who is quite free in the run under Jason Gates. There's the favourite, Amazing Colours, number 6. That's the field in for race number 2. It is the opening leg of the bipod. Time to work them out quickly as the number 7 leaves the parade ring. Last of all, exclusively yours, is a chance right for Sandile Kati and Sports Blinkers, replacing Marco van Rensburg. Number 7, exclusively yours, and Sandile Kati. Back to Neil and Nadine.
Well, the bipod will get underway with the running of race 2, so don't get left behind, jumping at 12:05. I'm joined in the parade ring by Gavin Fenter, who's going to touch on Tastemaker shortly, who is a representative of the Tara Lang Yard. But first of all, the cause today and the supporters today, the organisation that is here, the Nomads Eastern Cape, is very close to Gavin Fenter's heart, as he is an avid golf player and also a member of Nomads. Gav, you are looking spiffy and you're doing well with support.
Yeah, Nadine, I don't normally dress up for the races, but, you know, being Nomads Day and all these guys are here and I hope they make money today. I've tried to help them where I can. And a bunch of nice guys, and I'm part of the group. And, yeah, let's hope they have a good day. And, yeah, it's nice to dress up now and then. But, yeah, I've given them my PA. Yeah. It's a big PA for 1,200 Rand. I've taken a 50%. I bank it, I bank it Allen's Horse, Central City, and I bank it Chronicles of Narnia.
Oh, fantastic. Yeah. You did touch on her having a chance later today. And Gav, I've got to say as well, it's fantastic to play golf. It's good to have friends. It's lovely to have a wonderful time. But I think it even speaks more to their character that they come here once a year to raise funds for a charity.
Yeah, they're a very good bunch of guys, and they're very competitive at the golf. Luckily, my handicap is high enough to help me. But yeah, they're really nice guys, and I hope they have a good day. But let's get back to the horses now. This race here, obviously the favourite is the horse to beat. Yes. But I've had a little tickle on ours. She's 20-1. I had an each-way bet. Her work's very, very good. If she runs like her work, she's definitely got a chance. So a nice price at 20-1. Have an each-way bet on her. Don't leave out your quartets. And I put her in my bipod as well. And then we got Buttercup. She's comes from way off the pace, but she can run into the place. Chases one on her. He knows her. So she's definitely a money horse. Chronicles trying a little bit further. Yeah. But I think she'll go the distance. I think, well, it is our best runner. Crafty Heart, disappointing last time out, but chases now on her. She's got a nice weight on her back. Sorry, chasing on her. Majorca's riding her. She got a nice galloping weight. Not the best of draws, but I wouldn't leave out of the exotics. And then we got Razor Red. Yeah. Disappointing. He might run a place. And then Colorama might be a little bit short. She prefers 14 mile, but she's got a nice weight on her back. And she could run to the money. But our best runner, I would say, is Chronicles and then Tastemaker.
Gav, thanks so much, and I hope you enjoy your day upstairs, the Nomads.
Thank you.
Bipod time, race 2 on the card this afternoon. I think many of us will take a chance and bank her. The 6 amazing colours. If you did like this on paper, I must point you in the right direction. Moved very well to post. Focused, the daughter of Heavenly Blue. And, yeah, she's got the blinkers on. And apparently the jockey last time out, Louis Makotwa, told Sharon that she lost concentration. The blinkers will make a difference. I think she will win this afternoon in race 2. What else did I like moving to post? While I wait for Nadine, I thought number 10 and number 11. Now, number 10 is Hasta La Vista Baby, having its first run. Has seen the poly for the Alan Greef stable, obviously at work. Very competitive run expected and a money chance. I must say a very easy mover, number 10, Hasta La Vista Baby. And then the runner that I really liked going to post was number 11, Sunset Raw from the Cliffy Miller stable, a daughter of Admiral Kitten, also having its first run. Alden Weber rides. A lovely action individual is the 11, and the comment from the stable was, has taken its time, a lovely looking filly, and they're hoping for a decent run. She does catch the eye when she moves to post, I can tell you that much. Obviously, Alden on this afternoon, and they'll most likely need a run or two, but that was almost the best mover moving to post, the 11, Sunset Raw.
I will say, Neil, I thought that a good couple of horses moved nicely to post, all of 8, 9, 10 and 11. Those were the horses that caught me. The horses that I've actually thought are runners, don't take me wrong, they didn't go down badly, being number 1, Heart of Eternity, and the favourite number 6, Amazing Colours. But those 4 horses I just mentioned, they are in the parade ring, though unfortunately drawn as number 9, Quirk of Fate. So, yeah... it opens things up a little bit here, and we've just chatted to Gavin downstairs as well, who has said that he thinks number 3 Tastemaker can run into the frame. So it just opens up more and more.
It does, but the 3's got a very high knee action, and it's well tried made in 32 starts.
Yeah.
On the poly 17, a couple of them have been in the places. We'll have to be at its best to win, in my opinion. Maybe can run into the place accumulator. I'm taking a chance bankering the 6 Amazing Colours. Moved very well from the Sharon Cotton stable in the first leg of the bipod this afternoon. Yourself? Get a load.
I think we might be called
Yes,
to load
all
as
right.
we go. Yes, I am in the camp of number 6 Amazing Colours as well.
Runners to go forward here. Too Far, Heart of Eternity, Quirk of Fate, and Amazing Colours down at the 1200 metre mark. Opening leg of the bipod. We've got just 2 to load now. Quirk of Fate and Amazing Colours to complete the line. 1200 metres to sprint. We're just about set. Too Far to settle in. Ready and find away from that 1200 metre mark. It was a good enough beginning for them. Hasta La Vista Baby got out the gates first, goes off to the immediate lead, led it by a length and 8. Along the inside, Exclusively Yours is third. Heart of Eternity. Tastemaker is wider out in the track, giving them 4 lengths start. Further back to Josie Mo. Here's Amazing Colours, 5 lengths off the leader. 8 lengths to go on them. Too Far is racing second to last, and Sunset Raw, the other newcomer, is at the back end of the field as they round the side of the course now, and they come down with just 600 metres left to go. And it's Hasta La Vista Baby who's gone clear by 4 or 5 lengths from Quirk of Fate and Tastemaker. In behind that is Exclusively Yours. Amazing Colours, 8 lengths to find on this towards the outside as they head down to the last 300, and Hasta La Vista Baby. It's 4 lengths to the good here from Tastemaker, Quirk of Fate, and Amazing Colours. Then came Exclusively Yours. It's still Hasta La Vista Baby by 3, and now Amazing Colours. It's starting to run on at the front runner. It's still Hasta La Vista Baby who's got this under control though, and Hasta La Vista Baby will go in and beat Amazing Colours. Third is close. Tastemaker, Exclusively Yours, and in came Sunset Raw. Once again, seen to the fore, Richard Ferree starts his season off with great intent to maybe break the record and get the R1 million. The record set by Anthony Dalpesh of 334 winners. 2 out of 2 for Richard Ferree. This time in the colours of Gary Peha, Greg Blank, Les Parlitz, Darrell, and Hilton, Utah. And the Criffs. It's Hasta La Vista Baby. She was on her way from the word go, and they never saw her. Daughter Patala Palace wins comfortably. She's got it in the bag. A good 4 lengths here from Amazing Colours. We'll have to settle the second again. She in turn was clear of the third horse. Very close. Exclusively Yours, I think, has got up the third. Ahead of Tastemaker. And look at the inside. Sunset Raw has come from a long way back to run into that 5th position up along the inside. So victory once again for the Creaf Yard. This is Hasta La Vista Baby on debut that wins it. She was bred by the Enduro stud. Well done to Jan Loftus and to Mark Green and the team out at Applewood Trading. Enduro stud. Hasta La Vista Baby got out the gates very quickly, and that was... Returning back to the number 1 enclosure for race 2 is number 10, Hasta La Vista Baby. 3-year-old bay filly by Patala Palace out of the stronghold mare Rainy Day. Bred by the Applewood Trading Pty Limited, trading as Enduro Stud. Owned by Mrs. Gary Peer, Greg Blank, Les Parlett, Daryl in Hilton, Utah. And Mr. and Mrs. Alan Creef. She puts them to the sword today. She was well clear from the word go, and she has not relinquished that lead up for anyone. Whilst the second was Amazing Colours does make up ground, no match for the newcomer, Hasta La Vista Baby. Richard Farid has ridden a double to open up his campaign for the new racing season. 2 wins for the Creef Yard. Second to number 6, Amazing Colours. Third has gone to number 7, Exclusively Yours. Fourth was number 3, Tastemaker. And note fifth has been given to number 9, Quirk of Fate, just ahead of number 11, Sunset Raw.
La Vista as well. So well done to Alan Creef, Richard Farid doubling up first and second race this afternoon. Comes to the races for the first time, owned by that whole group of owners we'll touch on in a short while that love their racing. So very well done. With me and collecting on behalf of Ollie is Godfrey. Godfrey's taken the 1,500 Rand courtesy of World Sports Betting. Please tell Ollie, very well done. Here we go. Off he goes. Let's get Richard back in here. And as we know, we've touched on it, some of the jocks have taken breaks, some have been enforced breaks, but Richard went, he deserved his time away doing what he loves, and nice to have him back. And what a better way to start, Richard. Boom, boom, 2 in a row.
Yeah, I took an honest break this time.
I love that.
Yeah, it's nice when it's like this, and hopefully long may it continue.
All right, doctors. Obviously, you don't know much about this. Daughter of Portela Palace. Going down to poster, I tipped it second on just canter alone.
Oh, well, yeah, no, it's a bit hot-headed when I jumped on her.
Yeah.
The bell went in the ring, and I didn't get any time to speak to the boss about this one. And he just said if she runs according to a gallop, she'll go close, but not sure with the horses she galloped with if they were good enough or if they were on the weaker side. So I wasn't sure, but jumped on. Didn't get much of a feel because she just wanted to run out with me, but when the gates opened, she knew exactly what she needed to do. Got to the lead quite comfortably, ears pricked, and it's running green. I didn't want want him to be able to catch up to her. But she caught a nice ride through the 200 and she extended the lead and won a good race.
Yeah, I think so. Positive feedback there. Well done to you, Richard.
Thank you very much, and obviously to the owners and to Mr. Griff in the yard and to my sponsors at Winning Form.
All right, always do them proud. Winning Form, the sponsors of Richard Fourie. Let's go to Alan Griff. He's going to touch on Gary Pierre and Greg Blank and all the boys out there, because these guys love their racing. They've had a lot of luck since joining you with some horses that they've brought over to you. And this is a baby having its first run for you, Alan. They'll be smoking, these guys.
Yeah, first I think we've got to introduce Marilyn.
Yes.
Because she's always got good news for us when she's standing here. So very well done to everybody. Unfortunately, not everybody's a member, but that's the way the cookie crumbles. And
don't go away, Marilyn. Don't stay there. Just lean over with the microphone to Marilyn.
Okay.
Marilyn, just a quick reminder for the Racehorse Owners Association renewal of their membership.
Yes, please. Just renewals. Get that going, and then that's that time of the season again where you've got to renew your colours, but not only your colours, but your ROA member fees, and do that as soon as possible.
Thank
and
you.
you can get your bonus.
Thank you, Marilyn. Well said.
Thank you, Marilyn. Well done to all the guys. Greg Blank, Gary Pierre, Les Pallets, who's actually just arrived, I think, yesterday from Australia. So well done to him. Daryl at Hilton, Utah, Glenifer, my wife, myself. Don't forget and the greatest part is this, this filly didn't cost very much at the sale, and bred by Dora. And the guys have been patient. She's been here as a 2-year-old, and she just wasn't ready. The other day I galloped her, like I said to Richie quickly, I galloped her on, and then galloped her through the gates. And both times I thought, well, she galloped really well. All the horses she galloped with, which were also in race, aren't as good as I think they are. But that's good news for me right round. So very well done to everybody concerned. And Dora Stud, who bred her once again, and to all the partners, very well done.
All right, don't run away. I'm going to ask you about one horse. I'm going to play a little bit of a jackpot today. I normally play a pick 6 where I have Banker Central City. By jackpot, should I add something, or can I take a chance on Banker Race 5, number 3, Central City? How do you feel?
No, listen, he's been very unlucky. He hasn't been far off them in his 2 runs here in the Eastern Cape, I think. And he's overdue for a win. So
close to Banker.
Yeah, close to a Banker. I think is only Satara Magic, who's got some really nice form as well, but also been a little bit off. But if you're going to take a stab, why not? I
agree with you. Thanks so much, Alan Griff. Well done to him. What more can you do? You can start the day with a first in the first and a first in the second with Hasta La Vista, baby.
In. Ready and fired away from that 1200 metre mark. It was a good enough beginning for them. Hasta La Vista Baby got out the gates first, goes off to the immediate lead, led it by a length and a half. From back in second, Quirk of Fate. Along the inside, Exclusively Yours is third. Heart of Eternity. Tastemaker is wider out in the track, giving them 4 lengths start. Further back to Josie Mo. Here's Amazing Colours, 5 lengths off the leader. Sundrop races further back. Masava's 8 lengths to go on them. Tufan is racing second to last, and Sunset Raw, the other newcomer, is at the back end of the field as they round the side of the course now, and they come down with just 600 metres left to go. And it's Hasta La Vista Baby, who's gone clear by 4 or 5 lengths from Quirk of Fate and Tastemaker. In behind that is Exclusively Yours. Amazing Colours, 8 lengths to find on this leader. Then came Heart of Eternity towards the outside as they head down to the last 300, and Hasta La Vista Baby. It's 4 lengths to the good here from Tastemaker, Quirk of Fate and Amazing Colours. Then came Exclusively Yours. It's still Hasta La Vista Baby by 3. Now Amazing Colours. It's starting to run on at the front runner. It's still Hasta La Vista Baby, who's got this under control though, and Hasta La Vista Baby will go on to beat Amazing Colours. Third is close. Tastemaker towards the outside as they head down to the last 300, and Hasta La Vista Baby. It's 4 lengths to the good here from Tastemaker, Quirk of Fate and Amazing Colours. Then came Exclusively Yours. It's still Hasta La Vista Baby by 3. Now Amazing Colours. It's starting to run on at the front runner. It's still Hasta La Vista Baby, who's got this under control though, and Hasta La Vista Baby will go on to beat Amazing Colours. Third is close. Tastemaker.
is the Lessing, Haynes and Van der Bank attorneys maiden plate, and they'll be racing over the 1400-meter trip to open us up as far as the PA is concerned. In the parade ring, we're going to start with number 1, US Open, who's on his toes with his 2 grooms, and he is the mount of JP van der Merwe for the Kelly Mitchley Yard. Local and Polly debut last time out resulted in a positive second behind Law Court, and you have to feel that if he repeats that run, he'll be in the action again this afternoon.
Yo, Nadine, I like what I see.
Yeah,
there.
he's on his toes on the right way, isn't he?
Looks very, very well.
Yeah.
Number 2 is Flaming Drum with the lead horse there, and that is from the Gavin Smith stable. Craig Zaki will ride. Drawn well this afternoon, drawn 3. It is the first run on the local Polly. Did race once on the Polly in KwaZulu-Natal. His first experience in the Eastern Cape was on the heavy going on the turf. Behind him, it looks like number 3, that's Twice the Saint for the Cliffy Miller stable. Second. Obviously, be knocking on the door. Will the door open this afternoon? Wayne Agrella gets an opportunity to ride for the first time aboard number 3, Twice the Saint. No, he's ridden it once before. So let's see how this one goes this afternoon. On paper, should feature. I'll just stick with him in the parade ring, and that's number 5, which is Regazo Grande. They've got the blinkers on this afternoon, drawn 2. Did that show a little bit of form? Ignore that last run, that was on the turf. Horse is much better on the Polly, and the stable, as you know, firing. Can they make it 3 in a row? With Richard Fourie aboard, you can never ever cross that out. Looks so well, very athletic, fit-looking individual. I won't be surprised to see that feature in race 3. That's the 5, possibly the pick of the parade ring. Trying to find the other runners, and I'll go to number 6, Launch Code, also from the Kelly Mitchley stable. Sandile Kati rides, drawn up against the inside running rail, so that's perfect. And yeah, will run well, working very well, and a good run is expected. That's a comment coming through for the son of Lancaster Bomber. Number 7 is Coffee in Seattle. Lots of work to do. Here's a Ramsden rides for the Gavin Smith stable. And then number 8 is Magenta. That races for the Cackner stable. Chase Mogine will ride this afternoon. And then just to touch on number 9, Futura Africa, shall I say, Futura Africa. Races for the Langevins. And Louis Makotwe in the irons for Sharon Cotson. Make sure you include this in your place accumulator. The comment coming from the stable has strengthened up well at home. A really nice run is expected. Keep your eye on the 9 at a big price this afternoon. It was quoted at about 22 to 1 earlier on. We have mentioned it on a few occasions, so maybe on the tote it will shorten in price. Don't leave it out if you are structuring a place accumulator. The runners for the first leg of this afternoon's place accumulator, they're out on the course proper. Some of them are already there, the others are making their way there. We'll cross over to Nico to call them as they parade and canter to post.
Thanks very much, Neil. Yes, race 3, the start of the place accumulators, the Lessing, Haynes and Van der Bank Attorneys Incorporated maiden plate, 1400 metres. 2 horses out on the track ahead of the others are number 7, Coffee in Seattle. And the 6, Launch Code. Launch Code is going by first. Is racing with that compression mask on again today. Sandile Kati rides Launch Code, the first horse to canter. Son of Lancaster Bomber. Launch Code number 6 is on the way down to the 1400 metres mark, followed by 7, Coffee in Seattle, the filly. Use a Ramsden rides. Balance of the runners leaving the parade ring. 3 is Twice a Saint, Wayne Agrella. 1, US Open, JP van der Merwe. 2 is Flaming Drum, Craig Zaki. 5, Ragazza Grande, Richard Fourie. 8, Magenta, Chase Mogine. Focusing in now on Magenta, number 8. Out on the track as well. Number 9 is Future Africa. Louis Mkotwa, no tears, plus half a kilo riding number 9, Future Africa, Louis Mkotwa. And the last horse out will be number 4, Opening Ceremony, and Dennis Schwarz. So here's the canter pass. Number 3, Twice a Saint, Wayne Agrella. Here's Flaming Drum, number 2, Craig Zaki. There's Opening Ceremony, number 4, Dennis Schwarz rides. Number 1, US Open, JP van der Merwe. So there's 2 horses left to go by. Ragazza Grande number 5 and Magenta number 8. And, we have a loose horse on the track now. Just picked up that there is a loose horse out on the track. Haven't identified it just yet. Magenta is busy going the opposite direction. Chase has seen that this loose horse is in front of the grandstand, now in hand. It is number 6. It is number 6. Launch Code, who's broken away from Sandile Kati and is in hand now. Launch Code, as we watch Ragazza Grande go to the post, so I'm sure that Launch Code will be subject to a vet check. We'll try and see what we can ascertain about Launch Code here, but it has broken away from the rider.
Race 3 is up next, and I'm in the parade ring with Nick, who's going to be touching on the Cliffy Miller runner, Twice a Saint. And Nick, it's always hard. I know, when horse runs second, you're really expecting a good run from the next time out, but when you've hit 3 seconds in a row, you're just hoping that he doesn't find another one to beat him again.
Unfortunately, it's the case where, 3 seconds you can run another one, and they just seem to be, nice ATMs, and that's them. They're not going to Hollywood. In all fairness, we're going to be real about that. He's not going to Hollywood, but he's a solid old horse. He always finds the money. He's going to be gallant again, and it might be short of his best this trip, but he ran another good race. He's doing well at home, so I expect a similar type of effort. Hopefully he can get it right today.
And one thing we have to say for the field is it is very, very open, and literally if you have a runner, you have a chance.
Yeah, I think the easiest way to find a winner is put against a dartboard and throw a dart. It's very tricky. You can make a case for just about anything, but he's in a good space, and he's one of those horses you've got to be putting into exotics and all your trifectas and quartets and all bets like that.
Well, one thing can say about Twice a Saint, it is versatile over distances. You've heard from Nick that he's well in himself, and this is the type of race that he can win if it all goes his way.
Thanks very much, and I must say, while I wait for Nadine to make her way up here, that Twice the Saint went on okay. Any horse that's run second has to go into your quartets, but I think it'll have to do a little bit more than what it's currently done to actually win this race. I must say, I like the look of number 1, US Open, from the Kelly Mitchley stable. They said very good work back home, and it's having a second run on the poly. If it just improves on its last run, it must have a chance, and it's a big imposing horse and moved well enough to post. So for me, we'll definitely go into the equation. And then just looking at a horse that I thought possibly moved the best to post, and it's currently 17 rand on the tote, 3 rand 40 a place, is number 9, Future Africa, from the Sharon Kotson stable. Nadine's showing me with a big smile on her face, 3 ticks next to it as it moved to post. Wow, that horse can move for a first timer. Well, yeah, not a first timer that's run once before, yes.
But I caught Sharon in the parade ring actually, and I said, my gosh, because I already found him in the parade ring as Louis got a leg up. Really, really well turned out this afternoon, and you can see the change in his body, and that's what Sharon alluded to in her comments about him, that he has really strengthened up physically, and you can see that in the parade ring. So looked amazing as Louis got legged up, went down beautifully. And Neil, I think it all comes down to what I was discussing with Nick in the parade ring now, is that this is such an open field. This is the right field for horse to show decent improvement.
Absolutely. And then another runner that I thought that we must suggest or tell the guys to put in is the horse that lost the rider, and then Launch Code, which always makes sort of do you leave it out? No, you don't on form.
You can't on form, or you say that. It was one very much improved run in a field that really hasn't stood up yet, but he showed good improvement trying Polly for the first time. He's got pole position draw. Yeah, but you just wonder, has that adrenaline burst now done him in,
Absolutely. So what would be your first choice right now? Obviously, Ragazza Grande comes into the 3 runners that I think will fight it out will be 1, 5, and even number 9.
I will say, I heard you chatting about the 1 US Open. I really liked him in the parade ring. I wasn't mad about him going down. I know you liked him, and that just shows you. That's why we're here, because everyone has a different view. So on form, definitely can't leave him out, but but if you had to ask me my selections here, I think I might just go with consistency. Number 3, Twice the Saint, not for the win, but my 3 horses in the top 3. Number 5, Regazo Grande, and the horse having his second start, number 9, Future Africa. I think those would probably be the 3 I'd lean towards. And I presume you are asking as well, because this is the first leg of the PA, and I definitely think this is a leg where you're going to need to start off going wider.
Absolutely. Launch Code apparently on the loose again. Yes, I can see her behind us.
I think I really would leave him out after this, not second time loose.
I don't think they're going to stop him this time.
I didn't see what he does. I would presume he rears and to get away, because you can't really do too much else to get unhanded.
So there'll definitely be a bit of a delay.
Yes, there will be, but that gives you plenty of time to get your PA on, and that pulls it in just under 240,000. Certainly going to grow more. We're supposed to be loading already, but that, for obvious reasons, is going to have to take a bit of a back seat. I will say Launch Code looks glorious going the wrong way. He's got a lovely action.
It's going to take a while to catch him.
I think so, because he's heading off to the wrong side of the track now, unfortunately.
All right, so just for the viewers, if you did just join us now, because we've got a little bit of time.
No, let's run, maybe perhaps run through a PA, because we have plenty of time.
All right, so we're going to run through a place accumulator for you, starting now. For the smaller punter out there, the big guys know what they want to do, and they've already got their bets on. So in the first race, I don't think we're going to take in the first leg of the PA, we're not going to take a banker, we're going to go 3 horses, and they'll be?
Well, we'll have to make a concession somewhere, because we're going to put US Open in.
Yeah, 1 goes in.
5 goes in.
And number 9.
And number 9. Okay, so we'll leave out number 3. Yeah, so 1, 5, 9.
Yeah, all right. Second leg, we're going to go 1, Rose of Bayou.
Yes.
All right, number 4.
I'm quite happy bankering her.
All right. I do think that Rosa Gerardo is a big runner. So if the guy...
then maybe go to catch and start to do your doubling up.
Doubling up.
Right. In that case, I'd also put in the 6. So 1, 4, 6.
1, 4, 6 with 3 horses in the second leg. Or otherwise, you can take a chance and banker Rosa Bayou. Race 5, number 3, Central City, a banker. I did push and squeeze Alan a little bit post-race. And you said, possible banker in the pick 6. In race 6, I think both you and I are going to side
1
with
and 9.
1 and 9 in the place accumulator. In race 7, there are a couple of runners that need to be considered. Definitely the 4 Chronicles of Narnia, according to Gavin Fenter. The 5 Dame of Flames, I would say, must go in. And number 6, Hey Siri. What do you like?
Yeah, I think you've pretty much covered it. I'm happy as long as Chronicles of Narnia is in. Yeah.
And then race 8, I do hear there's a bit of talk about number 1, Sir Neil Longsword.
Yeah.
So that can go in. Number 2, Dalil, I think must get included. Number 4, Mr. Bodacious. And you want to add?
I think that should suffice, unless you want to put in the value horse that Gregory Cotson gave you.
All right, something coming through in the earpiece.
He is in hand. He's in hand, but he's going towards the gates. Now, I would think he would be scratched. Now, we must hear. But I think after galloping the course, there you go, coming through that he is scratched. So number 6, Launch Code, is scratched. He will still need to be removed from the course before they commence with loading, but it shouldn't be too long.
All right, the last leg.
So the second last leg, we had 1, 2, 4.
1, 2, 4.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the last leg, I'd definitely go 2 and 7.
Numbers 2 and 7 in the lucky last this afternoon. All right, I'll just read you the place accumulator for the guys quickly. The guys who want to take a percentage. In the first leg, you can go 1, 5 and 9. Second leg, 1, 4 and 6. By banker 3, by 1 and 9. By 4, 5 and 6. By 1, 2 and 4. By 2 and 7 in the lucky loss. Just to help you and assist you for those place accumulators as the pool grows. This pool will be obviously about 350, I think, by the time they jump this afternoon. And then the pick 6 starts in race 4, which we look forward to. A lot of us will be taking a chance and banking the 3 in race 5. That's Central City. But there is a bit of talk about 2 Zatara Magic as well in race 5 for the guys that aren't going to banker. Nico, the light's flashing. I think it's your duty starting now for the first leg of the place accumulator, and this is the Lessing, Haynes and Van der Bank Attorneys Incorporated maiden plate.
Yeah, thanks very much, Neil. And Launch Code, after doing a sightseeing visit of Fairview, has been scratched now. Launch Code is a late withdrawal scratch by the vet for bolting and delaying the start. Future Africa is about to load. Regazo Grande was the first one to load, with opening ceremony next. And Future Africa has just joined them. Flaming Drum about to go forward. Then Twice a Saint, US Open and Magenta, and Coffee in Seattle. From the 1400 meter marker, start of today's place accumulator. Race number 3, late scratching, launch code number 6 is out. Ragazza Grande has to settle. Coffee in Seattle moves in. Set to race, 1400, and away they go. And they broke as one here. Ragazza Grande got a good start. Tries to Saint up towards the outside, is up there in the early part, and so to Future Africa racing wide. US Open is back along there inside, with Coffee in Seattle racing back in 5th position, about 4 lengths off the leader. Flaming Drum is a length further away, then there's a gap of 3 to 4 lengths back to Magenta, who's racing 10 off the leader. And the back mark is Opening Ceremony. The race with 900 metres left to go, and it's Ragazza Grande just leading it from Twice a Saint, who's pulled up into second with the Grella up and racing just a neck off the leader now. Ragazza Grande is tackled by in second Twice a Saint on the outside. They've pulled 3 lengths clear of US Open in third, then Future Africa in fourth. Coffee in Seattle is fifth. Flaming Drum is back behind those, then Magenta gives that leader 8 lengths start, and Opening Ceremony will have to come from the rear as they become homeward bound and race down to the last 400 metres now. And Twice a Saint has picked it up from Ragazza Grande down the inside, who's back in second, 4 lengths away to US Open. Opening Ceremony is making a bold bit from the back end of the field. Future Africa and Flaming Drum, but now Twice a Saint has picked it up strongly with 150 to go. It's 4 lengths clear. Ragazza Grande, Opening Ceremony, still making up the ground down the inside, but Twice a Saint is home. Twice a Saint will beat Opening Ceremony, US Open third, then Flaming Drum, Ragazza Grande, Magenta, Future Africa, and Coffee in Seattle. Twice a Saint will give Wayne Agrella a winner on the card today. Welcome back to Wayne. Of course, he went overseas to ride in Ireland. Didn't have the best of luck there. He fractured his hand, had to have an operation. He's back in South Africa, and he is a winner today. Aboard number 3, Twice a Saint for Cliffy Miller. Well done to Nick Paddock, who looks after the yard too. And Carver Flaystud, the winning breeders. This horse just sped away from Ragazza Grande in that last 300 metres. Opening Ceremony, a nice bold bit from the back end of the field, runs on nicely with US Open further back along their inside, and then Flaming Drum. But there were no match today for Twice a Saint, who's converted those 3 seconds into his maiden win today. He's a son of Twice Over, and he'll win it by the best part of 4 lengths from Opening Ceremony in second, third to US Open, Flaming Drum, and then came number 5, Ragazza Grande, back into that 5th position. Late scratching was number 6, Launch Code. Look out for the tote favourite. I'm sure it would be the winner, because Twice a Saint was very popular with the punters today. Today for Twice a Saint. He's romped into the opening leg of the place accumulator. Wayne Agrella. Well done to Wayne and to Cliffy Miller, whose colours the son of Twice Over runs in. Cliffy is the winning owner and trainer. The breeder's Carver Flaystud. Twice a Saint breaks his maiden in emphatic fashion here today, beating home into second. Opening Ceremony, number 4. Third will go to number 1, US Open, got third, and fourth to 2, Flaming Drum. Late scratching number 6, Launch Code. Well done to Nick Paddock, he's here on course. Well done to Hollywood Bet, the sponsors of the Cliffy Miller Yard, and a particular well done to Wayne Agrella, who's brought home twice the Saint for his maiden win today. Please note the tote favourite in the third race was confirmed as number 5, Ragazza Grande. The tote favourite was number 5, Ragazza Grande.
Fantastic win there for Twice the Saint, so well deserved. He's been a runner-up for a number of runs now, and he's got it right under jockey Wayne Agrella for the Cliffy Miller yard. Actually, Cliffy's horse as well racing his colours, and I have a very, very happy Max joining me here. He's doing so on behalf of July, his fellow groom, who's busy seeing to his charge at the moment, and who is now 1,500 Rand better off for a great win. Max, thanks for joining me, and thank you very much for accepting on behalf of July. Wayne Agrella standing in the wings, and he's going to join me here. He's ridden Twice the Saint before, finds the winner's box this time. And Wayne, yeah, it's always good to get on a horse with form, but when you run 3 seconds in a row, you're a little bit worried about finding another one to beat you.
Yeah, once that horse of Kelly's got scratched, it made it feel a little bit easier. I thought more set of form to win it. Yeah, it took a bit of time to win it, but this is a big horse. There's not one of those horses that kept on fighting, so that's why I said sorry, but I mean, if this is one pace, I'm taking my chances in the paddock.
No, it certainly did. And great to see you in the winner's box again. Not everybody follows all the lives of what's happening with the jockeys, but you're our local jockey. We keep an eye out. You've been to Ireland. You actually had a very unfortunate injury which involved breaking your hand quite seriously. And how do you feel you've come back?
Yeah, Nate, to be honest, I didn't think I was going to come back with my hand. 12 broke it didn't make sense, but I was off for about 4 months. Still a bit stiff, getting there, but early race riding will fix it.
And tell me a problem that's always done that.
Came back, I weighed 64, 65, so still sweating a bit to do 60, but it's coming down. It's just a matter of hard work.
Yeah.
You know, I've been very lucky to get a support from Mr. Miller and Nick, so, you know, once you get horses, there's got chances.
Yeah, you've got that reason to get get it right. Wayne, well done for the win.
Thank you very much. It's just last week, probably one of my worst days in the saddle. 3 favourites, not one ran a place. You know, today it looked like I've got a chance, but whoever asked me, even my yard said, I said, listen here, we're going out there trying, so please God a chance, and please God now the floodgates open.
Well, let's really hope that's
Well, I'm
the case.
one winner behind Richard, so I'm chasing it.
Wayne's always got the ability to bring humour to the situation, and he certainly does so here. Very well done to him. Great to have him riding winners in the Eastern Cape again. And Nick, very, very well done. I know this fellow, for a long stage of his initial career, had you guys pulling your hair out. And now he's turned a corner and he's shown what he's always been capable of, and he's in the winner's box.
I think that's the main reason why I started balding over here. It was him, but only when he had his debut, and that he showed phenomenal work. And I think it's just taken time to furnish into a nice horse. You know, listen, he didn't beat, with all due respect, you know, the best of the limb, but he did well match, and we have a look at the classified, and he'll probably end up wanting further anyways. You know, like Wayne says, not all tough horse to quicken up with you, so he lugs on.
Yeah.
So hopefully there's another one for him, but well done to Mr. Miller. He owns this one, and to our sponsors, Hollywood.
Yeah, great.
The best bookmakers in the game.
There you go, well done. And great to have Mr. Miller owning this one as well as training it. And with that, Marilyn's going to step in and present you with the extra 15,000 rand to accept on behalf of Cliffy, who is a Racehorse Owners Association member, and gets that extra carrot as a result.
I think it's the best investment to get involved with the racing, the ROA.
Just to get a little bit extra. Don't run away yet. One more to ask about, and I've got to ask you because it's another very consistent individual in your yard in stellar form. We've got the pick 6 starting up shortly. Montresor in race 9.
Big runner today. You know, last time we were extremely bullish about her. You know, she's gone strength to strength. She's in a really good space, and I expect her to win again. Wayne's had one on the board. He can make it a double today, and if you want to take a chance, have a bank on her.
Brilliant. Thanks so much for that, Nick, and well done for the win. And of course, this is the Lessings, Haynes and Van der Bank Attorneys sponsored race for our Nomads Eastern Cape, and it's great to call on Mr. Chris Lessing to come in and join me. We actually met a little bit earlier, one of the first faces I saw on the race course. Great to be catching up with you. I hope you're enjoying a good time upstairs so far.
Yes, first time here, and it's most enjoyable, and I think we would make another trip next year, maybe.
Oh, good to hear, good to hear. So you're winning some money?
Yeah, so far I've had all the right ones so far, but I got some tips from some of the guys. Like
wonderful. Yes, he's a member, so great that he's helping you guys. Yeah. Now, tell me, what is your role in your organisation?
Well, I'm one of the attorneys and directors at Lessing, Haynes and Van der Bank Attorneys. I started off as an attorney in 1989, and I've been practicing mainly family law and mainly debt collecting.
Yeah, that must keep you very busy. And how do you contact your officers?
Well, obviously we've got Facebook and we've got a website where people can reach us. We've got offices in 14 Beard Street in Utenay, Karega now, and then we're obviously here in Port Elizabeth at 172 Cape Road. We've got offices there as well.
And why should the public contact your company?
Well, I think we've got we've always have a good track record and have proven ourselves, and we always put our clients first, and we are able to afford the public all the wide range of all kinds of legal aspects that we can cover and help the public with.
Well, you definitely sound like having started a while back, like you've been doing it for a while. You guys are fully established and you know what it's all about. I've got to commend you for your being involved in the charity fundraising for Nomads Eastern Cape, and thanks for joining us here at the Fairview Racecourse.
Thank you so much. Thanks.
There you go. So great getting to know a little bit more about Chris Lessing of Lessing, Haynes and Van der Bank Attorneys, and great that they are involved in raising funds for Nomads Eastern Cape this afternoon. Once again, a shout out to the Cliffy Miller Yard, to Nick Paddock, who always guides us in the right direction on Wednesday, to Mr. Miller himself, training and owning the winner, and of course to jockey Wayne Agrella for getting him home.
To race 1400. And away they go. And they broke as one here. Ragazza Grande got a good start. Twice the Saint up towards the outside, is up there in the early part, and so too Future Africa racing wide. US Open is back along there inside, with Coffee in Seattle racing back in 5th position, about 4 lengths off the leader. Flaming Drum is a length further away, then there's gap of 3 to 4 lengths back to Magenta, who's racing 10 off the leader. And the back markers opening ceremony. The race with 900 metres left to go, and it's Ragazza Grande just leading it from Twice a Saint, who's pulled up into second, with the Grella up and racing just a neck off the leader now. Ragazza Grande is tackled by, in second, Twice a Saint on the outside. They pulled 3 lengths clear of US Open in third, then Future Africa in fourth. Coffee in Seattle is fifth. Flaming Drum is back behind those, then Magenta gives that leader 8 lengths start, and opening ceremony will have to come from the rear as they become homeward bound, and the race down to the last 400 metres now. And Twice a Saint has picked it up from Ragazza Grande down the inside, who's back in second, 4 lengths away to US Open. Opening ceremony is making a bold bit from the back end of the field. Future Africa and Flaming Drum, but now Twice a Saint has picked it up strongly with 150 to go. It's 4 lengths clear. Ragazza Grande, opening ceremony, still making up the ground down the inside, but Twice a Saint is home. Twice a Saint will meet opening ceremony, US Open third, then Flaming Drum, Ragazza Grande, Magenta inside, who's back in second, 4 lengths away to US Open. Opening ceremony is making a bold bit from the back end of the field. Future Africa and Flaming Drum, but now Twice a Saint has picked it up strongly with 150 to go. It's 4 lengths clear. Ragazza Grande, opening ceremony, still making up the ground down the inside, but Twice a Saint is home. Twice a Saint will beat opening ceremony, US Open third, then Flaming Drum, Ragazza Grande, Magenta.
Race 4, welcome back to Fairview this afternoon. It's the ANSO Aluminium Fillies and Mares 72 handicap, over 1,400 metres. Thank you so much to the sponsor, ANSO Aluminium, based here in Port Elizabeth, for their sponsorship of Race 4 on the card. Now, Nadine, Race 4 is the start of that important Pick 6.
Very important.
And we've heard a couple of trainers and jockeys giving their 5 cents worth this afternoon. Excuse me. Let's quickly just run through the runners, and we'll kick off with number 1. I think is Rosa Bayou in the parade ring.
I don't see her in the parade ring yet.
All right, so we'll go to number 2.
Yeah.
Kick off with number 2, Holly's View. That's from the Alan Cliff stable. Sandile Carty will ride. Apparently unlucky, touched off last time, and a wide draw to deal with. Looks very well.
Number 3, Demigod, has the lead pony with her. Great run last time out, and she's been holding form well since registering her 3rd career win. I think we'll see her in the action at the last. Hasn't missed a placing in her last 3 starts.
Behind her is number 5, that's Mother of Pearl from the Gavin Smith stable, a daughter of Flower Alley. She's a one-time winner from 7 outings. They've got the tongue tie fitted today. Robert Carty will ride. Nice to have Robert here today. Drawn 3 this afternoon, but will have to pick up its feet. Has been off them by quite some lengths.
Number 6, For All We Know, looks really good in the parade ring. She's got the start of dapples over her shoulder and down her hindquarter, and I know Richard did pick this out as one of his rides. It was unlucky last time out, and he feels has a decent chance this afternoon, so do bear that in mind.
Number 7, Fur Baby. I spoke to the stable earlier on course, and they did say on work this is possibly one of the better runners on the day, putting up some solid work back home, relocating from the Peter stable in Gauteng, Paul Peter, July 2023. JP van der Merwe rides, drawn 1.
Number 8 is Halati Kendall Mini, getting legged up aboard the daughter of Silvano. She was a gutsy maiden winner in her last. She does have more to do today, and the 14 will be sharp, but those blinkers will help, and the yard just looking for a positive run.
Number 9 is Elusive Jewel from the Sharon Cotson stable. Jose Ramsden, a winner of its penultimate, and there was nothing wrong with its last run behind Montresol, which is fancied strongly in the last race again this afternoon. Number 10 is Buttercup. Now that's for the Tara Lang stable. Chase Mogine rides this afternoon, a runner that's lost its way, the daughter of Silvano. And then we're waiting for a couple of runners. I think the 3 is already... No, there goes number 11, which is Ikwembula Besifazan. Ikwembula Besifazan, number 11 for the Gavin Smith stable in the Hollywood Silks. Stallone Naidu rides this afternoon. I liked it last time out. Unfortunately, it went straight up now. I didn't see it actually parade. Watch out for this runner at 14-1. Could maybe just upset the apple cart in the first leg of the pick 6 as well. Other runners coming into the picture right here now. I see here's number 12, and that's Mkalanzini, also for the Hollywood Syndicate. And yeah, having a look here, it's a little bit under sufferance today in this race, but back in trip might help, but a bit of a bad draw to deal with. And then right in front of me, I think that is number 1 that they're trying to get out of the parade ring. Yep, that's Rose of Bayou, number 1 from the Duncan McKenzie stable. Now she races for Mr. Morgan Governor, a daughter of William Longsword. She has really found her form recently again. Watch out, she's met a lot stronger. She's raced against runners with 84 average ratings and 82s and 72s. Today she's in 66 company. The best of Rose of Bayou could see her winning race 4 this afternoon at a decent price. Those are the runners, Nico. We'll cross over to you quickly. They're on parade to turn and canter to post.
Thanks very much. It is the opening leg of today's pick 6, the Anso Aluminium Fillies and Mares 72 handicap, 1400 metres. We had a look there at Fur Baby, number 7. JP van der Merwe up aboard her today. Has ridden her twice before in her career, 2/3. Number 2 is Holly's View, Sandile Kati. In front of that was number 5, Mother of Pearl, fitted with a tongue tie. Robert Carty is in town today. Nice to have Robert in the Eastern Cape. Up from Natal. 11, Ikwembula Besifazani. Stallone Naidu rides. 8 is Galati, Kendall Mini. Number 6, For All We Know, Richard Ferree. Number 10, Buttercup, Chase Morjan. That's Buttercup number 10. Colours of Tara Lang, yellow with the red Lion of Scotland. And the cap for leaving the parade is Rosa Dorada, number 4, Loon Courtois. A look at 3, Demigod, fitted with a compression mask and going by with a stable companion, Demigod. Craig Zaki has the ride here today. First ride aboard the daughter of Vard, Demigod. Colours of Clive Murphy and Jeremy Carr. Number 1 is Rose of Bayou, Dennis Schwarz. 10, Buttercup, Chase Morjan. Breaking away, number 9, Elusive Jewel, Yusei Ramzan. Has Rosa Dorada, number 4, just in front of it, Loon Courtois. There's number 9, Elusive Jewel. On her way to post, Rosa Dorada is number 4. I think that's the field for the 4th race. Just one more to go. Here it is. The disappeared from my view, number 12 in Kalanzinzi. Jason Gates with a blue cap on. That's the field then for race 4. Time to get those pick 6s going. Let's hear from Nadine and Neil what they fancy.
Great to be joining Sharon Cotton in the parade ring ahead of race 4, and she steps out two useful and consistent, honest individuals in the way of number 4, Rosa Dorada, and 8, Elusive Jewel. And Sharon, just that they always deliver their best and always try their hardest, you've got to be hoping for the best again today.
They do. They're both very honest fillies. They always give their all. Rosa's got a little bit of a wide draw to contend with, but in saying that, you know, she really ran her heart out and ran a cracker against the boys. So now she's against the fillies, so hopefully that can make up for the draw. Elusive Jewel, she would prefer a 1300, but she's her own worst enemy. She does pull a little bit too hard up front. If Jose can get her to settle, then she should also be running on strong.
Definitely two ladies here that you have to take into account when playing trifectas and quartets.
Pick 6 time, local time, in about a minute, so you quickly got to get your bets on. Rosa Bayou didn't show us too much going to post, but came into the parade ring quite late as well. Ready to win, in my opinion, drops in class, and I think Duncan McKenzie's runner is in the right race. Carries 61 this afternoon, that's not a problem, I don't think. Drawn 2, been working up, good work back home. I've seen her in the flesh as well. She's really looking well at the moment. I'm going to side with her for a little bit of value in race 4 this afternoon. I think her biggest danger will come from number 4. That's Rosa Dorada from the Sharon Cotton stable. Louis Mount. I think Louis is going to have a good day today. He's run a couple of places. He needs to get into the winner's box. Finished behind Delil last time out and was right up there in the vanguard over the 1400. Same distance this afternoon. And then Alan Greef's runner, possibly the runner that caught my eye the most moving to post, is number 6 For All We Know. Richard Ferry has had a good day. Alan's had a good day and moved well enough, I thought, to post. Now, there is a bit of talk that it was unlucky, couldn't get a run last time out. Nadine will touch on that as well. So there is lots in her favour today. She drops in class if you compare the average merit rating, and she does have the perfect draw, Nadine.
Yeah, spot on, Neil. Whereas we do both agree on Rosa Bayou. I know we both fancy a little bit of the William Longsword mare. You make Rosa Dorada her danger. I make For All We Know her danger. And I just know that Richard was very excited to get back on her after last time out having taken a bump. He got cramped for galloping room as well. And he still was beaten only just over a length behind Meredith Gray, finishing in 4th, and still had the 4th fastest finishing time, although she couldn't run on, which is something to say. So, yeah, she's got the draw again today, and I do think she's a huge danger to number 1, Rosa Bayou. But Rosa Bayou's in a brilliant place, took on stronger last time out. You've got to face the fact that Lady Mystico was in this field. She would be the horse that we were all watching. And that day she gave Lady Mystico weight to run second to her. A big thing in her favour is that she's got the draw again, and she really, really enjoys this trip.
All right, then number 7, Fur Baby, having his first run for the Kelly Mitchell stable, used to be with Tony Peter. I think I said Paul Peter early on, but it's Tony Peter. And JP van der Merwe rides, drawn 1. The run behind Ivy League was worth noting, I think, and is a runner that the stable believes is working up a storm back home. We can't tell you too much about it, but I wouldn't leave it out. Well,
if you have a look at her form and the fact that she's working well, and then realise that she has dropped 15 points, she's in the right place to strike in a new centre from pole position draw. All right, they are loading first leg of the pick 6. Nico?
Thanks. It is race time. I'm just racing a bit delayed here due to the previous delays, but they are going forward for the opening leg of the pick 6, 1400 metres. A few of them have loaded already. They're working on Rosa Dorada now with Holly's View and Buttercup. Those 3 to walk up next. Rosa Bayou is a bit of a handful behind the stalls, but I have to say that. She's certainly been a madam down there. Riders up aboard Rosa Bayou now. Holly's View going forward with Rosa Dorada still to load, and Kalanzinzi, Elusive Jewel, Rosa Bayou and Demigod. Riders off Elusive Jewel at the moment, another one that was a bit ahead of herself at the gate. Jose Ramzan rides Elusive Jewel. Going to try and lead her up without the rider here, Elusive Jewel. Rosa Bayou still to come in, and Kalanzinzi, the blue cap, and Demigod as well. Not winning at the moment with Elusive Jewel. They might need to put a hood on her. ready for Elusive Jewel. Ramzan about to hop back aboard. Lashing out at the start is Elusive Jewel. All handlers gathered around Elusive Jewel here. I had the hood on, it wasn't working, so they've taken it off. It's a much better result. She is edging forward now. Rose of Bayou, Demigod and Nkalanzinzi still to come in after Elusive Jewel, who's made good headway to the starting stalls now. Elusive Jewel loading up. Rose of Bayou, Nkalanzinzi and Demigod at the 1400 meter marker, opening leg of the Fairview Pick 6 on this Friday afternoon. Rose of Bayou, Demigod just about ready. They're set, 1400 meters and away and racing. Got them away to a good enough start with Galati a bit slow to respond with Holly's View as well. Rose of Bayou was the early leader on the outside. Itembula Besifazani is chasing for that lead. For all we know is third. Then Rosa Dorada and Kalanzinzi goes up outsides of them to search for the lead too. Further back to Fur Baby, only 4 lengths off the leader. Then back to Mother of Pearl, who races 6 lengths off them. Behind that comes Buttercup, who's racing with Demigod, and they're quite some way back in the field at the moment. Holly's View is racing further back with the Elusive Jewel at the tail end of the field, and Galati is also way back, 20 lengths off the leader, Galati, as in Kalanzinzi goes towards the 600 meter mark of the leader by 2.5. Itembula Besifazani's racing second, then Rosa Dorada, Rose of Bayou, behind that For All We Know, Fur Baby, 6 to go, Mother of Pearl, then came Demigod, is progressing nicely, 400 meters left to go, and Kalanzinzi the leader. Rose of Bayou up along the inside, Itembula Besifazani, Rosa Dorada, down along the inside is Fur Baby, Demigod is still progressing, on the outside Mother of Pearl, and For All We Know, but it's Rose of Bayou, that's kicked a couple clear here. For All We Know is on the outside with Itembula Besifazani, but it's Rose of Bayou, and Rose of Bayou goes on to score readily. Rose of Bayou beats Itembula Besifazani, third to For All We Know, photo fourth. Rose of Bayou from Duncan Mackenzie's yard. Dennis Shaw's rode a particularly good race. She just seemed a bit above herself at the gate, but she had all the form recommending coming into this race. And the daughter of William Longsword has picked up her 5th career win, her 2nd on the poly track, but the moment she hit the front, she never looked like getting beaten today. Well done to Basil Marcus, who bred this mare out of his mare Gold and Roses. Centenary mare, and owned by Morgan Govender for Duncan Mackenzie. Nice to see the Tin Can Man in the winner's enclosure. Rose of Bayou will win it. Second, Itembula Besifazani, and For All We Know, Demigod was probably got into the photos for 4th within Kalanzinzi and Fur Baby, but it's Rose of Bayou by 3 and a bit. Second, tight, For All We Know, probably second. Then in 3rd position, Itembula Besifazani, and in Kalanzinzi, I think, may have scraped into that 4th position. That's the results of race number 4, and here is Rose of Bayou. Dennis Shaw's ridden a winner at the course today. He had 3 winners yesterday, all for Kobus Roo. 31 kilos, smash them. Replay, and you'll see 2 off the left-hand side in the Morgan Govender colours, the light green with the pink cross sashes, that Rose of Bayou picks it up quite strongly here from Itembula Besifazani. For All We Know, in the Divine colours on the stand side, being hard ridden by Farid, changes the stick there from the right to his left and runs on, I think, to get 2nd away from Itembula Besifazani, and 4th was tight. It looked like possibly in Kalanzinzi along the inside, just ahead of Mother of Pearl on the stand side. And then Demigod, that's the result of race 4 provisionally, and Rose of Bayou returns to the number 1 box here. Well done to the connections, trainer Duncan Mackenzie, winning rider Dennis Schwartz, winning owner is Morgan Govender, and this was bred by Mr. Basil Marcus, a 5-year-old bay mare by William Longsword, out of the centenary mare Gold and Roses.
was a big price and won accordingly. I thought a very good ride from Dennis as well. We'll chat to him shortly. With me is the head groom from the Duncan Mackenzie Skrik for Nick stable, and that is Bullet, and he's collecting the 1,500 Rand on behalf of Diba, the groom of Rose of Bayou. Tell him very well done.
Get a comfortable, easy lead, and after the horses were consistent.
A cluck from Duncan Mackenzie if you get it wrong, you know what I'm saying. So was there any pressure, because he did fancy her today? She's been working so well.
Look, I know quite well, and she's been running well for me. Last time I hit the front, and the last little bit, the other horse just got the better of me, and I was pretty confident on her today. I thought she'll run a big race, yeah. But Mr. Mackenzie is a gentleman and allows me to also ride my own type of race on her, and yeah, definitely wouldn't want to get a clap, especially that they don't strict for Nick. But big thanks to Mr. Mackenzie and the whole team. Well done to the owners as well.
Well, keep knocking at his door, because he's got a couple of nice horses coming this way. Coming this way shortly.
Yes, definitely. Thank you.
Okay, well done, Dennis. Tremendous. Let's go to the gentleman that sponsored the race, and that is the Anzo Aluminium Fillies and Mares handicap we just saw now, Craig Rousseau, and that's from the Anzo Aluminium, MD as well, and owner of the business. Well done and welcome. I saw you had a couple of tickets in your hands as well. Nice to see the guys busy upstairs. There we go.
Yeah, sorry. I actually chose the wrong one.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry to number one.
You weren't listening to Nadine.
I wasn't listening. Nobody gave me any tips when I got to this morning.
My
brother did try and send me some tips from Joburg, but unfortunately Tommy put a place and not a win. I didn't listen to him.
All right. Well, you've still a lot of races to go as well. But thanks so much for being part of this big day this afternoon, the Nomads. And tell us about that. How did you become involved now at being a sponsor on the Nomads Day?
Yeah, look, chat has always been close to my heart. I mean, I go back to probably around 1990. I joined Round Table, looking after the underprivileged and the guys and the needy in South Africa, and from there it's just grown. And I always looked for something to do for charity. All right. So this is a well worthwhile cause that we're promoting today.
All right. Well, we're going to promote Anzo Aluminium. Tell us about it.
Anzo Aluminium is an aluminium extrusion company. We stock and sell wholesale aluminium. We don't make these doors and windows you see around here. We actually supply the aluminium that makes those doors and windows. Okay. So you can't buy doors and windows from us, but certainly the manufacturers support us. They buy the aluminium, they buy the gaskets, the rubber that holds the glass in place, the locks, hinges, etc. That makes your window. But we don't actually sell directly.
All right. Well, I'll tell you what we can do with aluminium. I live out in Beachview, right on the beach, and I tell you, everything rusts. If it's not aluminium, you haven't got a chance to dance.
Just on that point, wash your windows. They're not maintenance free. Wash your windows. They will corrode if you don't look after them.
All right, tremendous. But thanks so much for joining us today and for being part of it, and obviously for your sponsorship as well. We hope to see you next year as well.
Only a pleasure. Thank you very much.
All right, tremendous. Thanks so much to Craig Rousseau from Anzo Aluminium. We need to find these guys out here to be part of a normal race day on a Friday. Get hold of Corin upstairs, and it doesn't have to be a big race day. You can sponsor a race, and I promise you the coverage you get compared to your outlay financially is really well worth it. But the accolades go to Duncan Mackenzie, number 1, Rose of Bayou.
Ready. They're set. 1,400 meters and away and racing. Got them away to a good enough start with Galati, a bit slow to respond with Holly's View as well. Rose of Bayou was the early leader. On the outside, Itembula Besipazani is chasing for that lead. For all we know is third. Then Rosa Dorada and Kalanzinzi goes up outsides of them to search for the lead too. Further back to Fur Baby, only 4 lengths off the leader. Then back to Mother of Pearl, who races 6 lengths off them. Behind that comes Buttercup, who's racing with Demigod, and they're quite some way back in the field at the moment. Holly's View is racing further back with the elusive Jewel at the tail end of the field. And Galati is also way back, 20 lengths off the leader, Galati. As in Kalanzinzi goes towards the 600-meter mark of the leader by 2.5. Itembula Besavazani's racing second. Then Rosa Dorada, Rose of Bayou. Behind that, for all we know, Fur Baby, 6 to go, Mother of Pearl. Then came Demigod, who's progressing nicely. 400 metres left to go, and Kalanzinzi the leader. Rose of Bayou up along the inside. Itembula Besavazani, Rosa Dorada. Down along the inside is Fur Baby. Demigod is still progressing. On the outside, Mother of Pearl, and for all we know, but it's Rose of Bayou. That's kicked a couple clear here. For all we know is on the outside with Itembula Besavazani, but it's Rose of Bayou, and Rose of Bayou goes on to score readily. Rose of Bayou beats Itembula Besavazani. Third to for all we know. To go, and Kalanzinzi the leader. Rose of Bayou up along the inside. Itembula Besavazani, Rosa Dorada. Down along the inside is Fur Baby. Demigod is still progressing. On the outside, Mother of Pearl, and for all we know, but it's Rose of Bayou. That's kicked a couple clear here. For all we know is on the outside with Itembula Besavazani, but it's Rose of Bayou. Rose of Bayou beats Itembula Besavazani. Third to for all we know, photo fourth. The line, the winner was number 1, Rose of Bayou. Second was number 6, For All We Know. Third went to number 11, Itembula Besavazani. Fourth was number 3, Demigod. And fifth was number 12, in Kalanzinzi.
Race 5 is the Nomads Golf Club Eastern Cape Novice Plate, and here they'll be racing over the mile trip, first leg of the first jackpot, and this does jump at 1:45, so that's the off time, at 15 minutes to get those bets on. In the parade ring, leading them around the ring is number 1 Woodland Ridge with his 2 grooms. Not the biggest of horses, but very neat individual, and he's actually looking nice and bright in the parade ring. Last time out, a very positive post-maiden run when running 4th behind Sir Nihal Longsword. And unfortunately, though, just got the weight to overcome today. That's going to be a hardship for him, but in a small field, perhaps a place chance.
Now, number 2, Zatara Magic, is an interesting runner in this novice plate. Just for the viewers that are just joined racing and they're still learning the novice plate, you can't be more than a one-time winner. So you can be a maiden or a one-time winner. Now, that's why on the best weighted column, number 2, Zatara Magic, comes right into the fray. Because this horse has contested feature races, been running against much stronger, drops significantly in class here, and on that alone warrants inclusion. Having a look at it, a little bit nervy in the ring, looking around the 2-handers, but stops every now and then. But Zatara Magic, the talk is, with the tongue tie this afternoon, it's a big runner.
Yeah, Neil, I think you did well to explain that there, and between the first 2 horses you can see the huge difference, with Zatara Magic having a handicap of 90.
Correct.
And Woodland Ridge having a handicap of 68, and Woodland Ridge will actually carry half a kilo more than Zatara Magic. So it works out how one is badly off at the weight and how one is really well in at the weights. Now, up next is number 3, Central City. He also isn't as well in at the weights as Zatara Magic, but he is second in the lineup, and he's running in some really useful poly form at the moment. I do make this the horse to beat.
Absolutely. We had a bit of confidence early on today from both the rider Richard Fourie as well as the trainer Alan Creeve. Number 4, Last Storm, Sharon Cotton, the conditioner, son of Global View, 16 starts thus far for 1 win and a couple of places. Louis Makotwa in the irons, drawn 6. The runs behind Cherry are new, in my opinion, should surely suffice to feature here.
Have to agree with you there. Number 5, Captain's Walk. He was scratched last week. He came in with a wide draw with the change of surface. This time round, much better off. He's drawn in pole position. He will, though, race off a lengthy 5-month break. I thought that perhaps he still had the form to warrant maybe being an outside place inclusion, but Lunga does feel that he is going to need this outing, and rightfully so. It is a long break. He races off.
Number 6, Knight's Table, makes its first debut run this afternoon out here. The son of Captain of All, relocated from Lucky Udalakis up country in Gauteng, the Highveld. 6, Knight's Table, the son of Captain of All, out of a philanthropist there. So looking for a little bit of ground, in my opinion. It does go over the 1600. It's never ever sprinted less than a 1300, so Lucky did the right thing there. But it's now with Zitz. Dennis Schwartz, the winning jockey of the previous race, will be in the irons.
Zietsman also says this is a starting point for the Captain of All gelding, and he also feels that his charge is going to need this run. Number 7 is Drop of Time, Pomodoro gelding out of the Kelly Mitchley yard, and he will be partnered by jockey JP van der Merwe. There was improvement shown in his last run, but I will say that I think a lot more will be needed for him to be competitive for the win here, as his form is not outstanding and he is out at the weight. He does have a neat draw on his side, and word from the yard is that they are trying different things with him today, so hoping for improved pace from him and an improved run in general.
Number 8, then in focus, Gavin Smith's runner, the son of Visionaire Stallone 9, who jumps from gate 9, 1 win out of 18 starts, a couple of places as well, and needs to just find the extra 2 or 3 lengths to warrant consideration.
The last runner in the lineup is number 9, that's Global Banker, and in his last run he unfortunately posted a poor post-maiden run, but he was really in at the deep end, having his first run in a listed age group feature. On paper, he's down in class, but at the weights, I do think he's got a very, very tough task. So expecting improvement from him, as in last time he finished quite far off them, but I do think he might battle to find the winner's box here as well. On the bright side, he's going to try the poly, and being by Global View, that should suit, and the yard do feel the mile, which he also tries for the first time, will be to his favour.
Nadine, looking at them with the naked eye, if we don't have the computer form in front of us in the parade ring, what would you go with on looks alone?
On looks alone, actually the number 1, Woodland Ridge.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's just got such a beautiful manner about him. Though he's got the 2 grooms, he's not been over anxious or.
But he's stalking the parade.
Yes, he's just walking with authority.
Yeah.
And a small fellow, but beautiful coat on him and looking really good this afternoon.
Yeah, well done to Kelly Mitchell.
Yeah.
Definitely my first choice in the parade ring, as well as Nadine's. He's the son of Vercingetrix. That's number 1 with the. Mounting up, the bell has sounded. The Safari stewards are telling them they must get on their way, and we'll watch them go down to the course proper, and Nico will call them as they parade and canter to post.
Right, race 5, start of the first jackpot, off time 13:45. Just having a look at the time at the moment, 9 minutes to race time to get those jackpot bets on. This is the Nomads Golf Club Eastern Cape Novice Plate over 1600 metres. Been well explained by Nadine and Neil in terms of who best weighted is here. Level weights or set weights for horses in this race, according to the number of wins and the number of unplaced runs after their wins. And a tongue tie fitted to number 2, Zatara Magic, who returns back to a mile today after having run 2 miles last time out. 9 runners go to post over here. No to no tongue tie for number 8, Then in Focus. For this race of the day thus far, the 1600 metres for race number 5, and on the track number 1, Woodland Ridge, Chase Morjan, followed by 2, Zatara Magic, Robert Carty. 3 is the favourite, Central City, Richard Fourie. 4, Last Storm, Loon Kotwa. 5 is Captain's Walk, Mpumi Majorca. 6, Knight's Table, Dennis Shaw. 7 is Drop of Time, JP van der Merwe. The last 2 to head out will be 8, Then in Focus, Stallone Naidu, and 9, Global Banker, Craig Zaki. Then in Focus, number 8 with Global Banker, number 9, out on the track, race number 5. Start of the jackpot. Time to get your jackpots worked out and put on. 1, Woodland Ridge going to post. Stepping up to the mile today. 6 is Knight's Table. 4, Last Storm. 2, Zatara Magic. Just fighting for his head there is Zatara Magic, number 2. Captain's Walk is number 5. Hasn't run since March, and first run out of the Lungagila stable today. Here is Then in Focus, number 8, the favourite 3, Central City, going by, Richard Fourie. And 7, Drop of Time, JP van der Merwe, followed by the 3-year-old, number 9, Global Banker, Craig Zaki. That's the field for race 5. It's over a mile, and it is our novice plate today for a stake of 75,000 rand.
We move on to race 5, which is the Nomads Golf Club Eastern Cape Novice Plate racing over the mile trip. Neil and I were discussing this in the pre-race parade ring preview, and just looking into how weights played a major role in a novice plate when we have horses of varying merit ratings that line up. Before we touch on that, though, just to let you know that our choices of canter to post, outstanding, number 1, Woodland Ridge. He was the pick of canter to post. And at the other end of the field, number 9, Global Banker, was second best mover. Now, Neil, talking about the weights, we'll touch on Woodland Ridge number 1. He is the downside of the weights, whereas number 2, Zatara Magic, is the upside of the weights.
Well, if you
so how do you do this?
If you study form, and I'm sure the guys out there that do study form are listening, because one can't beat the 2.
No, one has got no chance on paper of beating the 2.
But Pick of the Parade Ring was the 1, and Pick of the Canter Pass by quite some way was number 1. So
no, I definitely agree with you. Just to touch on him, what he does have in his favour is that maybe he is a little bit higher than a 68. Let's face it, he won very well, and then he followed up with a nice post-maiden run, a very competitive run where he was doing his best work late to run 4th. So perhaps he's a little bit better than a 68, still nowhere near the 90 that Zatara is, but certainly on looks can place. Now, number 2, Zatara Magic. Neil, not only for me is the fact that he has last year been under par. I can forgive that. They've been over distances further than he would probably appreciate. But the mile might be on the other hand of the spectrum now, a little bit short for him.
Yeah, look, he's been going over staying races, tests of stamina, and I think that might just be the issue here this afternoon. But why have they come back? Because he stops late. Yes. So he's been stopping late. They're bringing him back. They got the tongue tie on. You might find that he's going to race quite handy this afternoon and try and maybe even when they turn for home get ahead of them.
Yeah.
Went down very heady to post, as we can see. That's number 2, Zatara Magic.
He's
and by the time they got into the corner, he was like really all over the place. So that does put me off a little bit, but on paper, that's the one they have to be.
Yeah, on paper you have to respect him, and Neil is spot on. Word from the yard is that now down in trip, the hope is that he won't pull so hard. He is a bit of a thug in a race. Number 3, Central City. Neil, with all due respect to him and his connections, watching him go down, he's just a modest, he's nog best.
Okay.
Yeah, he is. There's nothing bad about him, but he doesn't catch your eye or your imagination at all. He just makes his way down to post. He's got quite a high knee action, but what you can't argue with is that he is in good form, and he has shown to really enjoy the potty.
I think he's going to love them going, making the pace,
yeah.
and Richard's going to slot in, and Richard's done his work. He knows what he has to beat, and he's going to sit in there, and I think he'll only push the button at about the 250, 300 meter mark.
Yeah. Now, next up, number 4, Last Storm. You touched on the very relevant runs behind Cherry and New, which catch the eye here, both of them over today's mile trip. Last time out, the yard saying that was legitimate run, unfortunately fading out late as he did need it. He is a lot fitter and better is expected.
Yeah, and the comment in the computer form is not striding out last time out. So, if you're not striding, it's not going to be easy. But another runner that just put head up in the sky high and fought, that puts me right off, Nadine, when they do that.
Yeah, it certainly does. Let's hope that Louis can settle him. Louis does get on well with him, and what certainly catches the eye in the lineup is that he enjoys course and distance, having won and placed over it on regular occasions. Number 9, Global Banker. Now, I will quite happily say this did not form any part of my selections prior to watching them canter to post, primarily not because there's no room for improvement, there certainly is, but he is so badly out at the weights.
Absolutely. On that alone, you can't include, but then again, Questor came out, and didn't Questor win our feature?
He did. He did.
And he beat Questor 2 runs back.
Yeah.
Over 1,400. This is another 200 meters. And if we draw a line through that last run completely, then maybe this was Global Bankers.
Listen, I definitely agree that last run is not one to judge him on. He is far superior to that. That was where he bumped Questor again, actually in the Champion Juvenile. As a post-maiden run, it was quite a stretch for him, and I would certainly happily disregard that. I haven't written him off as having a lack of ability here, but mainly because of the weights. I looked to the weights.
He's sweating, but he's a very handsome, you used the word proud.
Yeah, he's a very proud horse.
He really does catch your eye, and they're going to queue up for him when he leaves the race course.
No, I definitely think so.
Because he catches the eye. And you've got Craig Zaki in the irons, got a decent draw. Watch out, this might just be the upset in the race.
But Neil, safe to say that we're both in the camp as we were in the last race, Rose of Bayou. We're both in the camp of number 3, Central City here, and looking towards perhaps the well-weighted number 2, Zatara Magic for danger.
Absolutely.
There you are. They are loading. It's up to Nico.
Thanks, Nadine. It's halfway through the loading process. The favourites loading up now, Central City, followed by Knight's Table going in. Global Banker to come forward, the 3-year-old, and then In Focus will be the last one. 1,600 metres. Starts actually hidden away from the commentary box. Yeah, can't actually see it unless you lean out the window. So we're using the TV for the first bit. Then In Focus moved in, and they're racing away from that mile start, and they got them away in good order over here. One of the ones to go to the front is Global Banker, but a drop of time has found the lead early on. Captain's Walk is right up there. Woodland Ridge is racing behind that with Central City, but as they go down the back straight and drop of time, escapes to lead it by 3. From Global Banker in second, Central City has got up into third, followed by Zatara Magic, the pink colours, then Captain's Walk. Woodland Ridge is racing quite some way back. They're well spread out, and Woodland Ridge must give the leader a good 7 or 8 length start over there. Quite a long way back to Last Storm, then In Focus, and Captain's Table, or Knight's Table rather, is racing about a dozen lengths, 14 lengths off the leader. As drop of time takes them to the halfway stage, 800 to go, drop of time by 2. Global Banker in second, another 2 back to racing in third. Captain's Walk, that's got the third position. Here's the favourite, that is Central City, racing about 5 lengths off the leader. Richard already starting to ask it to work at the victory here. Behind that comes Zatara Magic. Woodland Ridge has been pumped along. Last Storm is further back as they become homeward bound. 400 to go. Drop of time is clear by 4 lengths from Global Banker. Central City is closing in on the outside. Then came Woodland Ridge and Zatara Magic. 250 to go. Drop of time, only 2 clear. And Central City is about to pick it up. Zatara Magic is on the outside. Also a runner. Down the inside is Woodland Ridge. But it's Central City now being tackled by Zatara Magic, who sweeps on by. Zatara Magic from Central City. Inside the final 100, Zatara Magic beat Central City. Third placing Woodland Ridge, who fought back well. And behind that, Knight's Table back in fourth. Zatara Magic, top rated in the race, rated at 90. At level weights with Central City. But the worry was the trip. But Zatara Magic has come through and beaten Central City home. Under Robert Carty, great to see Robert in these parts. The colours of Dennis Armstrong in partnership with Mr. Fana de Toy. Mr. Manthe and Mr. Puggia, well done to Andrea Puggia, to Denver Mudley, and to Noel van Vieren. It's going to be Zatara Magic. He hasn't won in over a year, but he'll come to collar Central City in the closing stages, the son of Rabada, to win it. He's picked up his second win. It's been a long time coming out of 15 starts. Zatara Magic proves that the handicap is right and wins, beating home Central City in second. Third, Woodland Ridge. Good run over the mile today. Knight's Table has had a useful debut in fourth. Then In Focus, drop of time, the long-time leader. Last Storm never got into the hunt. Captain's Walk and Global Banker. Here's the winner, number 2, Zatara Magic. He's bred by the Summerhill stud of Mickey Goss and was purchased at the National 2-year-old sale of 2021 for 120,000 rand. Gavin Smith is the winning trainer. And Robert Carty will have a big smile on his chops. He's beaten home the favourite. Zatara Magic is a 4-year-old son of Rabada out of the parade leader mare Maritime Mist. It's a bit tough to turn up for the books here as Zatara Magic beats home Central City. Here he comes back to the winner's box. It's Robert Carty, number 2 in the Dennis Armstrong colours. I think we'll go to a head-on replay. And the 2 horses that were top rated in the race took over with 300 metres to go. Central City swallowed up drop of time quickly, but had to worry about Zatara Magic on his outside. And those 2 went ahead of the field. We'll have a look at that head-on replay and then the winning interviews. to the winners enclosure for the Gavin Smith Yard, winner of our 5th race here today, the Nomads Golf Club Eastern Cape Novice Plate, won by number 2 Zatara Magic, owned by Dennis Armstrong, Fana de Toy, Mr. Manthi, Andrea Puggia, Denver Mudley and Noel van Vieren, ridden to victory by Robert Carty. Second went from 15 starts. Second will go the way of number 3, Central City. Third was number 1, Woodland Ridge. And fourth to the newcomer to the Eastern Cape, number 6, Knight's Table.
There from the Gavin Smith train, Zatara Magic under Robert Carty coming through to win the 5th, and great to see him regaining that zest and finding his finish and coming through to score career win number 2. Robert, come on in and join me, and good to see you visiting us here in the Eastern Cape again. Great ride on this fellow.
Yes, thank you so much, Nadine. It's just a great opportunity to get, the main thing was we got 2 rides for Gavin Smith on a day, and we mingle around, we end up with quite a lot of runners. It's just a big thanks to Mr. Smith for putting my name forward, and then other trainers. So it's just a big thanks, to ride this horse. Is my mate of mine, horse, Matthew, and just well done to them, well done to the whole team, to Gavin Smith, to Dean, to everybody,
Yes.
It's just a thrill to have a win on him, because when I look at the book, he was like a rated highly for this race, and I thought, if he can bring his previous runs back, he's got a big chance. Just a well done to the whole team.
He certainly does, and I will say, certainly he's a beautiful horse to look at, a wonderful big son of Rabada, but that's been a bit of his problem, is that he's a bit of a thug and a bully, and I saw he took you on going down.
Yes, just thanks to Danny. Muzi told him to change a bit on the horse. Just well done to Muzi for just giving him a good advice. It's a beautiful ride in a race, and just keep him on that beat, and he's got many more in hand.
I'm sure he does. He certainly is a wonderful looking horse. And Robert, well done for the ride.
Thank you so much, Nadine, and well done to Mr. Smith again, to the whole team, and well done to my sponsor, Fresh Mo Express. Unfortunately, I didn't bring any cats. Just well done to the whole team again.
Well, they get a mention. Well done.
Thank you.
Gavin Smith standing by is going to come in and have a word about Zatara Magic. And Gav, we all know him well. He stands in box 1. He's in many of our chats on a Wednesday morning. He's a super-looking individual, but he's just been a bit of, as I said to Robert, a bit of his own worst enemy, because I know you guys have always thought the world of him. He's a glory to look at, but he just wants to fight too much sometimes.
No, you hit the nail on the head. He's a big, clean, sound, strong horse, good doer in the manger and a good doer on the track. But his mind just wasn't there. You know, he was racing his races back to front. He was going too hard too early and then have nothing to come the last bit, taking it all out of himself. We tried various bits on him, and I got to commend Muzi on when he got off last time. The feedback he gave us said, try a softer bit next time, because we put a...
Fight so much, yeah.
Exactly. He was fighting it more and just wearing himself out. And, you know, but the pace in the poly and a mile, he come back in trip as well. And the mile, there was always going to be sort of pace, and you know, he's... Other races there wasn't enough early speed, and then he pulled too hard. So with the early pace and they were going pretty quick like that, he was relaxing. Yes. He had more to come at the end. It's just lovely to see him finding his feet and to show us a glimpse of what he is capable of. And to all the partners, to Dennis, to Matt Manthe, and lovely to have Andre Pucci on course, and he's got his mates upstairs, and to Denver Moodley and all the guys involved. To Francois du Toit, it's nice to get him over the line again. And Nate is a good, clean sound horse. He's going to train on, and we're going to have some fun with him.
No, most definitely. I was actually listening to Neil as well. I can't remember what odds he said he jumped at, but I was quite surprised to hear that, because he was a 90 in a novice plate. He was weighted to win this. I know it's easy to say, but he did a good job today.
Exactly that, Nate. That's why we penciled it in to run in the novice plate, because of his rating. You know, but his last 2 runs have been off sorts, you know, so you don't want to get carried away, and if he jumped out and he pulled too hard today, he might have done exactly the same. But, you know, when we saw the race, we penciled him in because it looked a perfect race on paper. Just lovely to have Andre here as well.
Well, let's hope this positive experience brings him on. It was a good win. Well done.
Thank you very much, Nate.
And we're going to have a chat to Mr. Andre Prigio. He comes in to join me now, and looking like he's really in the theme of things with Nomad's Day upstairs. And tell me, do you know good few of the people upstairs?
Yeah, Nadine, we know quite a few. A lot of the golfers I play golf with. Yeah, just great having him. It's a great vibe upstairs. You see, I came with my blazer. I joked with Alan earlier, with Gavin early on, to say that I'm here with my blazer and a tie.
I'm looking spiffy for a lead-in.
So, I'm glad it worked out, but yeah, I just want a whole bunch of owners, and just to wish them all good luck. We've been waiting a long time for the second win, but he's been running in good company, and so now I think they've worked him out. I think we can look forward to a lot more. So well done to Gavin and Dean, and a good ride by Robert.
Certainly was, yeah. No, he said, I think this is a very, very good race choice by Gavin as a trainer, sticking him in here, coming in with the weight advantage, and also the step back and trip. I know you guys want him to stay, but obviously he's just a little bit too keen to do it.
Yeah. No, we learnt a bit this afternoon. I think we know where to place him now. And I said to Gavin as well, the right race to pick.
Yeah.
I tried to explain to the guys upstairs, looking at the best weighted horse. I mean, he was clear by 8 points or 6 points.
Can you not weigh that up on a golf handicap margin somehow? Make it a bit easier to understand.
On paper, it was a dead set, but you know, it's not always run on paper. So.
Well, today it was, and today he's in the winner's box. Congratulations.
Thanks, Nadine.
Great win there by Zatara Magic. Got to have a laugh there about the handicaps and the merit ratings, or on a similar par there, we'll say. And yeah, Zatara Magic, I do think we'll see more of him. There's certainly ability in this beautiful looking son of Rabada. He just does tend to do things a little bit too hard, and hopefully this good experience will bring him on. I do think there's more of him to see.
Then in focus moved in, and they're racing away from that mile start, and they got them away in good order over here. One of the ones to go to the front is Global Banker, but a drop of time has found the lead early on. Captain's Walk is right up there. Woodland Ridge is racing behind that with Central City, but as they go down the back straight, and drop of time escapes to lead it by 3. From Global Banker in second, Central City has got up into third, followed by Zatara Magic, the pink colours, then Captain's Walk. Woodland Ridge is racing quite some way back. They're well spread out, and Woodland Ridge must give the leader a good 7 or 8 lengths great start over there. Quite a long way back to Last Storm, then In Focus, and Captain's Table, or Knight's Table rather, is racing about a dozen lengths, 14 lengths off the leader. As Drop of Time takes him to the halfway stage, 800 to go, Drop of Time by 2. Global Banker in second, another 2 back to racing in third. Captain's Walk, that's got the third position. Here's the favourite, that is Central City, racing about 5 lengths off the leader. Richard already starting to ask it to work at the victory here. Behind that comes Atara Magic. Woodland Ridge has been pumped along. Last Storm is further back as they become homeward bound. 400 to go. Drop of Time is clear by 4 lengths from Global Banker. Central City is closing in on the outside. Then came Woodland Ridge and Atara Magic. 250 to go. Drop of Time, only 2 clear. And Central City is about to pick it up. Atara Magic is on the outside. Also a runner. Down the inside is Woodland Ridge. But it's Central City now being tackled by Atara Magic, who sweeps on by. Atara Magic from Central City inside the final 100. Atara Magic beat Central City. Third placing Woodland Ridge, who fought back well, and behind closing in on the outside. Then came Woodland Ridge and Atara Magic. 250 to go. Drop of Time, only 2 clear, and Central City is about to pick it up. Atara Magic is on the outside, also a runner. Down the inside is Woodland Ridge, but it's Central City now being tackled by Atara Magic, who sweeps on by. Atara Magic from Central City inside the final 100. Atara Magic beat Central City. Third placing Woodland Ridge, who fought back well, and behind that Knight's Table back and forth.
Fairview Racing, welcome back this Friday. Race 6 on the card, off time locally, 14:25. It's a Yokoselo Haven classified stakes. It's over 1900 meters, and a lot of the runners are in the parade ring already. That means they'll be jumping right in front of us here at the grandstand, which is awesome, Nadine, for the people on course.
It certainly is. It lets you get that little bit closer and see what racing's all about, and it is always nice to see them jump right in front of us.
This is a special industry, make no mistake. All right, we're going to go to number 2 in the parade ring, Dami, now having its first run with the Zitzman Oosthuizen stable. I popped in by Zitz the other day, had a look at his horses and chatting to him, and what a passionate man he is. And he was quite excited that he's now got Dami from the Alan Greef stable, races in his colours. Kumi Majorca rides this afternoon, has lost his way, but Zig says he'll work out something. Nadine, I see he's still a colt. How come he hasn't been gelded, I wonder?
I know sometimes you do look at the horse and you almost have to work out if it's worth the gelding. So I'm not sure, perhaps Alan didn't think, because Alan...
You're talking vet fees to have
yes,
a gelding, that type of thing?
Yes, because it'll probably cost, I don't want to even lie, in the region of between 6,000 and 7,000 at the moment. And so you have to work out what he's going to, then he's going to look after him for those couple of... Some people do race faster than others in gelding. I know that some yards take it a bit slower and usually give between 3 and 5 months rest. Others do it quite a bit faster, sometimes just a month, depending on how the horse handles it. But he has to be worth it to do it. And also Dami, I definitely feel there's another win in him, but his merit rating's at 70. You're going to want it to drop a little bit. It's dropped from 78. So it all works out to time and money, really.
Yeah, I don't know, maybe it's worthwhile considering. He looks well in the parade ring. That's number 2, Dami.
He's also, in Dami's case, he's quite a light individual. If you look at him, if you geld him, then you have to wonder how much more you're going to lose, because he's not a huge horse. He's very light for a colt. Yeah, but looking good, looking very good. Behind him is number 3, and that is Euphoric. He's definitely a lot chunkier. He ran a bit of a disappointing last race. I certainly think he's capable of better than that. I do feel, though, his favoured trip is the mile. Today he raced over 1900, but certainly at his best on Polly, where he has recorded all 6 of his career victories, and he has previously earned over 1900, so it's not without chance that he can find his way into the first 4.
The big eye-catching number 4, the chestnut son of Flying the Flag, is also for the Zitzman Oosthuizen stable. He's a beautiful horse.
He is.
A big boy, that. And Dennis Schwartz, winning jock earlier on today, rides him from a plum gate of 3 this afternoon. His form line's good. There's nothing wrong with that. And I do think if you're playing the second jackpot this afternoon, he's an automatic inclusion.
Yeah, winner last time out. He's up 4 points for the win, but he's found his form. He's almost turned a corner of late. Number 5 is Silver Stardust, and we heard from Richard Free earlier today to disregard that last, which was definitely a disappointing run. They do feel that maybe he didn't enjoy racing back-to-back as quick as he did, and having had a little bit of a break, we'll see better from him. His previous form was decent, and I do think he's one to consider for the frame.
Number 6 is Humble Tune from the Zitzman Oosthuizen as well. Sandile Kati now aboard. Marco van Rensburg not riding. Sandile Kati has replaced him. Lovely gate of 4 this afternoon as well. He runs on the Polly with fair. Last time he went to the turf, never showed on that occasion. Always struggling. You will get a better run for George Christikos and the boys out there. And yeah, keep an eye on Humble Tune. If you're playing a quartet, make sure he goes into the quartet.
Number 7 is Alado's Pride. He's the 4th of the Zitzman Oosthuizen runners in the lineup, and he's also a horse that you can't afford to dismiss. He absolutely flew late in his last, and in general he never disgraces himself, but last time out he came from 11.5 lengths off, and he ran under 2 lengths to the winner that day, finishing in 4th. That was behind Double Check. Has been a while since his last win, Neil. I know it's something you always look at, 626 days, but I don't think that leaves him without a chance at finding quartets. And yeah, I mean, if you look at him, he's always there and thereabouts, so certainly a quartet potential individual.
Absolutely, and consistent off some decent sorts as well.
Exactly.
Yeah. Number 8 is Storm Commander. He's also a lovely looking individual, but goodness gracious, hey fatty boom boom, look at that girth. He really has got a rounded tummy, and some horses are just like that.
Some horses are, and I think in that case that is him, because he definitely, I mean, he's had a run in June, 2 runs in July. There's no reason for him to be fat. I do think that's just unfortunately for him.
Yeah.
He's got a big belly on him.
Because he's got a big rounded belly, and I'm sure they got to pull that girth strap tight on him there as well. He's a big boy. Number 9, Mingxi. Now he has a 6-year-old son of Dynasty out of a Jetmaster mare. What a lovely pedigree that is. JP van der Merwe rides him for the Kelly Mitchley stable. When studying 4. This horse just, you know, when you get that horse, it jumps off the page, keeps coming back. Mingxi did it to me all the time. The comment from the stable is doing very well and go close, and she smiled a little bit and she said, if not win. Did she not say that?
That's exactly what she said.
Yeah.
And I do think that, you know, you look at him in the parade ring, he really looks, you watch him and he looks good in the parade ring, but he looks even better when he goes down. He really catches your eye on the way down. He moves so beautifully. He's in fantastic form at the moment, and course and distance is up his alley. If you like a horse like Essos, in his penultimate he was beaten just over half a length by him. He's better off 1.5 kilos. I think Mingxi is going to give a solid account of himself.
And number 10 is Uncle George. Now, where's Auntie Mabel? Sitting at the breakfast table. That's what they always say. But anyway, Uncle George from the Sharon Cotton stable. Alden Weber rides us on this afternoon. Alden gets on very well with Uncle George. And I'm telling you, Uncle George is going to win a couple of races still.
Yeah, you know, I also feel that the 2000 was a little bit too far last time. And I think 19, I totally agree with Sharon. 2000 on grass and 19 on poly. You're thinking 100 meters, it's not. It's bigger. It's a bigger difference. It's just easier to see a 19 on poly.
Well, my opinion about Uncle George, Nadine, is he's not a 58 rating on ability.
No.
He's 10 points better than that on ability. It's just because he uses himself up in a lot of... Once he starts seeing, hey, racing's okay, it's not too bad, you're going to get the best out of him. I think he's got more ability than the current rating of 58 suggests.
And then I see number 1, Jaspero, has made his way into the ring. He's now leading the proceedings around there. And this, to me, on paper, is the horse they have to beat. And not just on paper, just the fact that he is always there and thereabouts. He is would be so well deserved of a win here. We saw that weights play an important role last time. I know they're not nearly as staggered in this race, but he does share the best weighted aspect along with a couple of others. He enjoys course and distance. He gets on well with Louis Mokotwa. He loves the poly surface. There's a lot to like about him.
All right, now if I asked you, because you did the interviews, of the Zitzman's runners, he's got 4 runners in the race. Did he lean towards anyone specifically? Because I think that could be key. I'm trying to see if I can see him to ask him.
He didn't lean to one. He did say Dami is working well and must be included, but he's still learning about him. He said to ignore Humble Tunes last. He is a horse that can win if all goes his way. Alado's Pride ran a cracker in heavy going last time out, include. And who is his 3rd one? Did I not get round to? There's 4th one, should I say? Did you just have the 3?
4, 6, 7.
Essos, man, of course. Essos.
Yeah.
In good form, include. So basically, Zitzman thinks he can win this race with a number of horses.
No, that's what I'm asking.
No, he didn't lean.
I'm just watching him. I'm not sure if the camera is on Zitz himself, but I tell you what, each jock
is getting the instructions.
Has got that big hand in his direction saying, this is who you with Ray, this is what you must do.
What he did say is that he knows Jaspero and Mingxi are the horses to beat, but he has a plan.
He has a plan. There, they've zoomed in on him now. That's big Zitzman Oosthuizen, and I'll tell you what, he has given each jock, I watched him carefully here. He fancies his runners here. We learn to know and do body language reading, don't we, Nadine, after all these years?
Yes.
And everyone's got a little touch on the shoulder, and this is what you do at this meter mark, and heaven help you if you don't.
Yes.
Yeah, let's keep an eye on Zitz. I think Zitz is going to give 1 Jaspero as well as number 9 Mingxi a tough task out there this afternoon. They are the 2 that we're siding with, 1 and 9.
That's correct. I'm totally in the boat of those 2.
And then I say Zitz will fight out or do battle with him. I think we've covered the entire field. We're going to cross over to Nico. It's a little bit early because they start right here in front of us, and then they're going to obviously go down. Play the quartet. Make sure you get the quartet on. It is a small field of only 10, but just a quick reminder that coming up in race 7 as well as race 8 and 9, the fields start getting bigger, and that is when you want to become part of the quartet play on the day. The runners are mounting up, the jocks are mounting up, shall I say, and the runners will make their way out.
Names now for the 6th race are leaving the parade ring. Race 6 is the opening leg of Jackpot 2. The Yokuselo Haven Classified Stakes over 1900 metres. Stake is 74,500 rand. Stalls are positioned in front of the main grandstand here, so a nice spectacle for the visiting sponsors. Nomads Golf Club Eastern Cape, and all their guests and various sponsors to have a look down at the start straight in front of the old Silvano room. Jockey change, number 6, Humble Tune, is ridden by Sandile Kati. The rider of 7, Alado's Pride, Chase Morjan, wears Club Black with a blue cap. Coming out is 2, Dammy, and Pumi Majorca. Number 3, Euphoric, Jason Gates. 4 is Essence, Dennis Schwartz with a white cap. Number 8 is Storm Commander, sporting blinkers again. Craig Zaki rides. Number 1, Jaspero, Louis Mkotwa. 9 is Minchi, JP van der Merwe. 6, Humble Tune, a chance ride for Sandile Kati. Marco van Rensburg not riding here today. 10 is Uncle George, Eldon Webber. Going by with the lead pony, number 10, Uncle George, named after the late trainer George Uren. Here is number 5, Silver Stardust, and Richard Furey. The last horse to go to post will be number 7, Alado's Pride, Chase Morjan in those club colours, black with a blue cap. 10 runners contest the 6th race. It opens up Jackpot number 2, and they'll run off at 25 minutes past 2, and that's in approximately 6 minutes' time.
Nadine, we shouted to Zitz downstairs through the window here, and he said he's a bit camera shy. I just wanted to get his you know, when you get Zitz starts, then you can't stop him. But anyway, so I wanted to just ask him which of his runners would he lean towards, and he said, and then he showed me a 5 and a 2. So number 7 of his, he thinks, as we speak, £8.50 on the total, he went £2.90 a place, but he's leaning towards the 7 of his runners. But numbers we're going to give you, Nadine and I, will be possibly for quartet purposes. We'll go 1, 5, 7 and 9, and then maybe even look at number 2 if we get the chance to do so. Number 1, Jaspero, you've said it, I've said it, on paper, deserving winner of another win at least, shall I say. This is a 3-time winner out of 36 starts for 10 seconds as well. So he does really deserve it.
No, you've totally summed it up. Deserving and in the right race. He's in the right place to like a lot about him. He's well in at the weight. As you said, overdue for the win. He ran behind Windsock last time out. He went on to win again in his next start. He's got steady form against Similar. He's at best on Polly. Loves course and distance. In at the weight. So yes, I really do think that he is a huge runner this afternoon, and I'd be happy to shout him over the line.
Yeah, and Louis too. I told everybody today's Louis' benefit day, and he hasn't won a race yet. He's run a couple of places, but I think Louis could get it right here.
Yeah.
Right now, so move on to number 5, and that was Silver Stardust from the Creof stable. Richard Furey, I watched him aboard the horse, and you picked up a little bit of confidence from Richard early on. Ignore the last, apparently.
Yeah, I was really happy to hear that, and I do think you could understand it. He ran quite close within 10 days of each other, and Richard feels that perhaps he didn't enjoy that, and that day he just never recovered after a slow start, and that was him. But although disappointing, that prior form proves that it's an uncharacteristic run. Write it off. He's going to do better here. He's a horse that really enjoys the poly. Both of his career wins have come on the surface. And Neil, he was definitely one of my picks to canter to post. He caught the eye. He went down beautifully.
He did move well. Number 7, Alado's Pride, the one that Zitz gave me the, I won't say finger signs, but hand signs from downstairs. And this is the son of Alado. He is a 3-time winner, but several places as well. He was hacked to post, so we can't really share more than that.
Yeah.
But Zitz sort of leaning towards him.
Yeah, and he did look good in the parade ring, even though he didn't give us much going down to start. He did look good in the ring. I loved the finish that he showed last time out. How versatile. He led the pack in his penultimate start to run a good 4th behind Bournemouth, and then came from the clouds last time out to run 4th behind Double Check, finishing strongly. Quite a versatile chap. A horse that's been a while between drinks for him, but not without chance at finding quartets.
Number 9, Mingxi, what a mover to post this is, and doing very well at home. Go close, if not win, is what Kelly mentions.
I love watching this horse go to start. He was my pick of canter to post, and he's in solid form. He's trying so hard to nail down career win number 2. Showing a bit of a bad view of him right now, just for viewers out there. I didn't see that part. I saw the part where his head was down and he was striding out beautifully.
He's racing.
Yeah. All his recent form is against similar, so we don't have to worry about him being up in class or anything like that. He loves course and distance, and I just think he comes in better off at the weights to a horse like Essos, who he meets again here. And I think a lot of that second behind Bournemouth last time out. I think Bournemouth is a horse we're going to see a little bit of over distance. So yeah, Mingxi for me, I'm battling to draw a line between at the moment 1 Jaspiro and 9 Mingxi for the win. As if I'm going to go with canter to post, it's going to be Mingxi to take the win.
All right, but you did like the 5 Silver Stardust as well.
Yeah, but I'm just saying when my mind was trying to draw a line between Jaspiro and Mingxi. Those were my 2 for the win. Yeah.
So let's box a quartet quickly for the viewers out there. We're going to go 1, 5, 7, 9. What else are we adding to that? 1, 5, 7, 9.
I think you like the look of Essos. I wasn't mad about him, but I do like him on form.
All right, so quartet box suggestion from Neil and Nadine, 1, 4, 5, 7 and 9. You can use those numbers in swingers and exacta box as well on the tote. We've got about 2 minutes to go, so there is more than enough time to structure your bets.
Most definitely, yeah.
Now, looking at the card, we're now moving to race 6. We've still got up to race 9. Is there anything on the day that you think they could take a double with on the tote that's left for the guys that have maybe not survived the pick 6 and jackpot?
Well, the more the day has gone on, I liked this horse to start with, but the more the day has gone on, I'm liking it more and more. Actually, in the next race, number 4, Chronicles of Narnia, I'm really hoping for a big run from her. And then towards the back, I would say number 7, Global Goddess.
As well.
Yeah.
All right, so there's enough time to get a pick 3 on as well. Let's not forget on the tote, it's not just the jackpot, you can play a pick 3 as well, so there's a couple of those left this afternoon. We're going to cross over a little bit earlier to Nico. They're right here in front of us. Nico, nice to have people on course this afternoon. We see a lot of new faces.
Not a lot of new, but a lot of old too. And great to have some old friends at the racecourse today too, enjoying the racing out here. It's been a wonderful day thus far. Weather-wise, it's just absolutely superb. So it is race time now for the running of race number 6, and they're loading up right in front of us here at the 1900-metre marker with Uncle George with that stalls blanket going in first. You have to just get familiarised with those stalls and hopefully jump on terms. He's got better with his racing career, has Uncle George, but let's see how he goes today. Silver Stardust moved up. Essos, the white cap, has moved in. Mingxi will be next. Euphoric. Jaspero. Dammy still to come in with Humble Tune Storm Commander. And Alado's Pride. Euphoric moves up. Humble Tune. Storm Commander. Dammy. Jaspero. Two to load now. Jaspero and Alado's Pride at the 1900-metre marker. Jaspero moved up. Alado's Pride to complete the line. 1900 metres, all in. Set and racing away. Good start for them. Euphoric was the first to show. Yes, Sparrow's outside of runners. Uncle George is up there in the hunt too, and Ming Shi's going to take a hold and race about 2 lengths off them now. Just behind that comes Dammy towards the inside of Storm Commander. Then Essos, the white cap, Humble Tune, races 3/4 of the way back with Silver Stardust, and Alado's Pride is content with Mojan to sit at the back end of the field. That's where he likes to run from. He's about 8 lengths off the leader. As they head to the back straight now, they've got a mile to go. Uncle George picks it up from Yes Sparrow, the white blinkers, and further wide out to Storm Commander, the black and yellow, who's now looking for the lead. Behind that, along there inside, comes Euphoric, who races about 4 lengths off the leader. As we take a good look at them down the straight there. And here's Euphoric, the red and yellow colours, 5 lengths off them now. That's followed by Ming Shi, who's got 6 lengths to make up. Dammy races behind that. Then Essos, the white cap. We'll find Humble Tune, a good 8 lengths off the leader. Silver Stardust and Alado's Pride bring up the tail. Furthest part of the track now, and they've got about 800 metres left to go. Out there in front is Storm Commander. Eventually picked it up by 3 from Uncle George and Yes Sparrow third, then Euphoric, Ming Shi 6 to go. Further back to Dammy being pumped along. Behind that is Essos, the white cap. Silver Stardust being sat on 10 off them, with Humble Tune being stoked along too, and Alado's Pride the back marker. Homeward bound, 400 metres left to go. Storm Commander the leader. Uncle George down the inside, then Yes Sparrow. Alado's Pride has moved up quickly down the inside with Humble Tune. Then further back in the field is Ming Shi on their outside. Uncle George the leader. Alado's Pride, Storm Commander. Yes Sparrow's on their outside, but Alado's Pride has come into the lead with 100 metres to go. And it's all Alado's Pride. Burst away from them. Alado's Pride goes on to beat in second Uncle George. Storm Commander third, Humble Tune will be back in that 4th position. Chase Mojan confidently rode Alado's Pride over this 1900 metres, sat at the back and made a forward move halfway up the straight. A winning move it was for the son of Alado. He's creamed them in Zietsman Oosthuizen's colours. This was bred by the late David Allen's Alado project out of the Dynasty Mare Dynasty's Pride. Uncle George hangs on tenaciously with Storm Commander and Yes Sparrow wider out. Down the inside is Humble Tune, but look at the club colours we're looking for. Alado's Pride comes bursting into the lead with 200 metres to go. Picks up Uncle George quickly with Storm Commander fighting on. And up along the inside was Humble Tune, Yes Sparrow, and then Euphoric, and nothing from Ming Shi. So it's going to go the way of number 7, Alado's Pride. Well done to Zietsman Oosthuizen, the winning owner and trainer, and to Chase Mojan, who's enjoying a rich vein of form at the moment. Alado's Pride wins it very comfortably, over 2 lengths in the end. Second, close, Uncle George or Storm Commander. Maybe the far side Uncle George, but close. And then 4th position, Humble Tune, Yes Sparrow, Ming Shi, Euphoric. Further back was Silver Stardust, Essos and Dammy. That's the run-on for race number 6, and it's Alado's Pride. We've got him coming back into the winner's box. He's now won 4 times from 46 starts, and he'll pick up a good win for Zietsman Oosthuizen today. Here's a head-on replay. Again, 2 off the left is where the winner comes through. He was last, but there was no panic stations for those that had backed him, because that's the way he loves to run. He loves coming from the clouds, and Chase Mojan times it absolutely perfectly with no challenges inside the final 200 metres. Zietsman Oosthuizen had a strong hand in that race. 4 out of the 10 runners belong to his yard. And he's won it with Alado's Pride, who is owned by him but raced in club colours today. Well done to Chase Mojan. Sat at the back and whipped through the field very quickly in that final 400 metres to win going away. Alado's Pride is a son of Alado out of a Dynasty mare. Comes away to win it very, very comfortably. Second is close, just asking the judge for the photo for second. We'll just wait to see, because that was close between Uncle George and Storm Commander. The judge still having a look at the photograph for second. For your bets, very close between 8 Storm Commander and 10 Uncle George. I thought at first look that Uncle George had got second, but it became very close on the line in the slow motion. Fourth place will go to number 6, Humble Tune, also from the Zeetsman Oosthuizen stable. So stand by for second placing, still not up. The winner, number 7, Alado's Pride, was bred by the Alado Project, trained and owned by Zeetsman Oosthuizen. Here are the numbers. Second goes to 10, Uncle George, as called. Third to number 8, Storm Commander. Fourth to 6, Humble Tune. 7, 10, 8 and 6.
Welcome back to Fairview, and I told you we got finger hand signs from downstairs, and he was right. Number 7 was his choice. Zitz, well done to you with Alado's Pride winning this afternoon. And the man standing next to me, yep, he's always at the stables. That's Janneman, and he is getting the 1,500 because this is his horse, and he grooms it as well. Janneman, very well done to you.
Thank you.
There we go. There's a microphone. Chase will come into picture there as well. Chase, very well done. I was watching and I was saying on air, we were just joking lightheartedly, and we got the camera to zoom in at Zitz, and every jockey was getting specific instructions, so and so, and the hand was on the shoulder and the fingers were pointing, and we zoomed in. Zitz didn't know that. And yeah, so obviously whatever he said must have been drop it in at the back of the field, wait for a clear run, and come down the inside.
He didn't give me instructions because I rode the horse last time, so he said, you know the horse.
Okay.
What do you have to do? And yeah, basically the thing is to get him to settle, because I remember last time I dropped him out, but he's a strong boy. So luckily we're in a genuine pace, and we switched off the whole race, and yeah, the rest is history. He quicked well.
Well, he did quicken. I saw you make a gap down the inside. What happened if there was traffic and you couldn't get a run down the inside?
Oh, then it was bad luck, eh? But
no, but I'm asking, what do you do as a jockey?
You have to go around them, but looking at that, I'd rather go 5 or 6 wide. It was a waste of time, so I'd rather wait my time and see if anything opened. And as it turned out, it opened straight on the centre. I took my run beautifully, and came on the inside. It was open, so things just worked out.
The boss is going to be happy. I thought, well done to you. Lots of value there in that win.
Thank you.
Well done to you, Chase. Let's go to the big man. He's now a local boy from Kimberley, but he's been here a couple of years now and doing well. And baie dankie. It's baie mooi. We always say baie lekker mooi, because at the end of the day, we weren't sure, and we kept looking, and we saw your horses, and they were looking so well. That's why I shouted out the window, and you showed us. Number 7 is your choice of your runners.
Yeah, you know, he's the most deserving. This horse, you know, since he was bought on the online sale back from Suzette. You know, how many times bad luck stories with him? Every time. You know, today, you know, every time there's traffic problems, there's always something. Chase wrote a pillar of the race. He rode a cracker last time on him. Said to him, you know, 3 will probably go, 2 will go handier, and Humble Tune ran a cracker, I think, and yeah, most deserving win. This win I want to dedicate to my dad and Koen, the 2 that taught me about horses from. So this one is for them, finally, because every time I tell them this is a good horse, he's going to win. Today, finally, Chase here rode a pillar of a race. Well done to Yokosela Haven with the sponsors and the charity, and well done to them. Took some photos and must have a chat with her now.
I will chat to her.
Come.
Thanks very much. Okay, Antoinette, you've got the green light there from Zitz. Come, stand right here.
Thank
Antoinette,
you.
lovely to have you on course this afternoon. That's Antoinette Hammond, and she's the secretary as well as the treasurer for Yokosela Haven. Now, what is Yokosela Haven all about?
Yokosela Haven is a place of safety for abused women and their children. We've been in operation for 35 years, and people that are abused can come to us via the police, social workers, or if you know of somebody, please contact us and we will help them.
Antoinette, do you find that in recent times that the number is growing that's coming to you?
At the moment, today, we've got 9 women and 9 children at Yokosela Haven.
Okay.
They stay there for up to 3 months until we can help them to find a place to move forward to. And yeah, and then we try to help them to find a job.
All right,
to carry on.
Now, to do something like that, where do you get your funding from?
We stand on our knees and we beg. We actually, we've got a trust fund that is running very low at the moment. So, yeah, we go to businesses like today, Nomads, that ask us to come and sponsor us. Monthly sponsorship, yes. If people can help us, that is how we run.
I was going to ask you, how can we help you? So how do they contact you?
They can contact me on finance@yokoselu.co.za, or they can phone me on my personal cell phone number, 083 320 2546.
Well, I hope they've jotted that down. It takes special people to do what you do, Antoinette, and we need more people like yourselves and the people that work within the Haven as well. And we do appreciate it out there. We do know what's happening throughout the world and throughout the country at the moment in difficult times. And special people need help as well.
Thank you.
Financial support. So hopefully that somebody out there listening today can contact you, and we look forward to seeing that things are happening in the right way for you guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, you can take that with you. There we go. Just a quick reminder, it's the Yokosela Haven. Look that up and get hold of Antoinette Hammond and see if you can assist as much as what you can. Well done to Zitzman Oosthuizen. I thought a very good one.
Meters, all in, set and racing away. Good start for them. Euphoric. Sparrow's outside of runners. Uncle George is up there in the hunt too, and Ming Shi's going to take a hold and race about 2 lengths off them now. Just behind that comes Dammy towards the inside of Storm Commander. Then Essos, the white cap, Humble Tune, races 3/4 of the way back with Silver Stardust, and Alado's Pride is content with Mojant to sit at the back end of the field. That's where he likes to run from. He's about 8 lengths off the leader. As a hit to the back straight now, they've got a mile to go. Uncle George picks it up from Yaspera, the white blinkers, and further wide out to Storm Commander, the black and yellow, who's now looking for the lead. Behind that, along there inside, comes Euphoric, who races about 4 lengths off the leader. as we take a good look at them down the straight there. And here's Euphoric, the red and yellow colours, 5 lengths off them now. That's followed by Ming Shi, who's got 6 lengths to make up. Dammy races behind that. Then Essos, the white cap. We'll find Humble Tune, a good 8 lengths off the leader. Silver Stardust and Alado's Pride bring up the tail. Furthest part of the track now, and they've got about 800 metres left to go. Out there in front is Storm Commander. Eventually picked it up by 3 from Uncle George and Yaspero third, then Euphoric, Ming Shi 6 to go. Further back to Dammy being pumped along. Behind that is Essos, the white cap. Silver Stardust being sat on 10 off them, with Humble Tune being stoked along to, and Alado's Pride the back marker. Homeward bound, 400 metres left to go. Storm Commander the leader. Uncle George down the inside, then Yaspero. Alado's Pride has moved up quickly down the inside with Humble Tune. Then further back in the field is Ming Shi on their outside. Uncle George the leader. Alado's Pride, Storm Commander. Yaspero's on their outside, but Alado's Pride has come into the lead with 100 metres to go, and it's all Alado's Pride. Burst away from them. Alado's Pride goes on to beat in second Uncle George. Yaspero. Alado's Pride has moved up quickly down the inside with Humble Tune. Then further back in the field is Ming Shi on their outside. Uncle George the leader. Alado's Pride, Storm Commander. Yaspero's on their outside, but Alado's Pride has come into the lead with 100 metres to go, and it's all Alado's Pride. Burst away from them. Alado's Pride goes on to beat in second Uncle George. Storm Commander third, Humble Tune will be back in that 4th position.
over the 1900-meter trip. So once again, the horses will jump in front of the parade ring and the grandstand, very excitingly, for race 7, which is the Oil Centre Port Elizabeth Fillies and Mares 76 handicap. In the parade ring, they have starting to make their way in. It looks like our lowest number is number 2, Aerial View, so we are going to start with her. Now, the soft-falling rain mare is never far back. She's neatly drawn in a small field, and I think, although I'll be listening to everyone at the moment, but I think she can run into quartets, Neil.
Yeah, she does like course and distance.
Yes.
She's had the 4 starts for a win and also for a third. I just think there's others that have got a better winning chance,
yes,
what she's got.
Yeah.
Number 3 is Phoenix from the Alan Freer stable. Now, I was listening to Zed's chat as well. He said he thinks that Phoenix can cause a bit of an upset here now, talking about the bets that he's got running. Kendall mini rides, but apparently, according to Alan, this could be her swan song.
Yes, I could agree, because she is a 6-year-old mare after all, so
Yes.
time for stud is right now. And this will probably be, if not her last, or at least second last run. She's got her shape in this run, though, to have another one. And I know she has been disappointing. So yes, her merit rating has absolutely tumbled down. She jumps from a 78 today. At one stage she was rated as high as 90 and took on, I know it doesn't say in her form here because of how far we go back, but was taking on the Santa Teresa's, for example. Yeah, and doing it well, but she just has yet to find the winner's box again, and in that respect I just think it's going to be more of the same today, so hoping she can maybe place.
All right, now we're going to pick on number 4, Chronicles of Narnia, but maybe we need to put the camera on the trainer, Tara Lang, and also Gavin Fenter. That looks $1 million in the parade ring there this afternoon. I know he chatted to him early on as well, but yeah, I must say that he gets the pick of the parade ring. I think goes to Gavin Fenter. He's really dressed to the nines. Now, Chronicles of Narnia, the talk is, I mean, we just heard what another trainer said, that Gavin doesn't want to know. He reckons that Chronicles of Narnia will win, Nadine.
Well, he said he was very disappointed by that last run, and I know you were too. You fancied her that day, and he does believe that it's not a run to judge on. Listen, we're saying disappointed. Yes, she ran 7th. She was beaten a length and a half. She wasn't exactly annihilated.
No, exactly.
But he had expected her to be a lot more competitive, and considering the previous run resulted in a 4th by Santa Teresa, I do understand. So yeah, I'm in the boat of Gavin today, and I hope that Chronicles of Narnia redeems herself.
Well, she was drawn 10 out of 12 on that occasion. Today she's drawn right up against Paint, daughter of Louis the King. She's a 2-time winner from 15 starts, and she's fancied this afternoon. Number 5, Dame of Flames.
Yeah, Dame of Flames, Futura Mare Love, been up and tripping her last. She came away a very easy winner against a little bit weaker when beating Hey Siri very comfortably, 2 3/4 lengths. She was ramped up in the rating, 7 points, and she does take on a bit stronger, so all in all she's got to do a bit more, but I think she might have a little bit more improvement to come now that she's found her feet on the poly and proved that this is the type of trip she's looking for.
Lovely shiny coat. That's number 5, Dame of Flames. The computer form says it. There's easy winner last time out. Now, she did beat Hey Siri, and Hey Siri gets 2 kilos from her today, but maybe she had a bit more in hand on that occasion, so you might be onto something there. Number 6 is Hey Siri. This is from the Jean Nel stable. When studying, and I did dig deep here, I actually came back to this as a possible winner. It will be flying late in the race, always flies up late. Robert Carty's had a winner already, and I think that a big run expected from the 4-year-old filly by Ideal World. But having said that, the message we got this morning on our little group was that she'll run well, but he's not a banker. So obviously, Jean giving respect to a couple of the other runners in the race.
Yeah, it does look an open field. What I will say is she's starting to show the dapples down her neck, and the day when we did the interview, we actually did it in her box, and her groom came to saddle up for first string.
Yes.
And did she throw a little bucking fit in the box, but out of pure wellness, she was actually cavorting around the box. It was lovely to see. Number 7, Lady Writer, is another one with a beautiful coat condition in the parade ring. She's up in class this afternoon, but she's always thereabouts as far as her recent form against weaker is concerned, and could perhaps be in with a shout at finding the frame. She is suited trip-wise. Word from the yard is that she's improving and would prefer to see her on turf, but hoping she can be about the action.
Yes, Kelly did say a big action filly, and she'll be better on the grass. But I must say that if this was grass, I'd give her a definite win chance, because if you look at the collateral form lines, I've ticked them here.
Yeah.
She holds several runners in this race on collateral form lines.
But on the grass.
Yeah, on the
Yeah.
grass. That's the problem. If it was grass, she more than likely would be my first or second selection. So on the grass, because I have ticked them here. She holds quite a few of them, including Hey Siri. She holds
Yeah.
Chronicles of Narnia. She holds Dame of Flames, Hey Siri, Phoenix, Crafty Heart. There's quite a few.
But all on turf.
All on
yeah.
turf. So that is a bit of a issue.
Yeah. Number 8, Gold for Africa, is the second of the runners out of the Kelly Mitchley yard. Dennis Schwartz is aboard. He does put up a kilo, so she'll carry 54.5, not the carded 53.5. She'll be having a post-maiden run here, and it is quite a step up in class. But in saying that, she's a lightly raced 4-year-old, so there's definitely scope for more improvement, and she does very much enjoy the poly and this type of distance, so the yard will get to see where they are at with her this afternoon.
Number 9 is Crafty Heart, sporting still a little bit of a winter coat, the grey, and this is bred by Ascot Stud, and I see Dr. Ashley Parker in the parade ring standing next to Gavin Fenter and Tara Lang. Kumi Majorca rides this afternoon. It has been a long time since its last winning effort. It is a 2-time winner from 22 starts.
I see number 1, Hazy Crazy Night, has made her way into the parade ring. We're going to touch on her quickly, the last of the horses to take note of in race 7's field. She steps out for the graveyard and is the mount of jockey Richard Ferree. Disappointing last run, and not that she should have won the race by any means, but perhaps not been beaten as far as just over 9 lengths that day. She is down in class, which is an advantage, but it does mean she's got quite a hefty top weight of 62 kilos to carry, and she's not the hugest of fillies, but she can do better. Ellen does feel that she'll appreciate the fact that once again her merit rating has fallen, so she's down entirely from an 88 to an 82, as much as 4 points down from that last run, and he actually does expect her to be competitive. And Neil, there's a lot to like about that beautiful coat on her.
I was looking at her and I was looking at Hey Siri. They both got well, between them they got the best coats.
Yeah.
Also number 5, Dame of Flames, I think has got a
really good coat, as well.
But
Yeah.
number 1, Hazy Crazy Night from the Chris stable, as you mentioned, has met stronger before. Richard Ferree rides as well, and I'm sure it'll have its followers. I see tipped 3rd in the computer form by Trevor Reed.
So there you go. That's a quick roundup of the runners that will be taking part in race 7. Not the hugest of fields. 9 horses will shortly make their way down to start. We're waiting on the bell, and the parade ring always does go a little bit later when they've just got the 1900, because the canter straight to the gates. No parading. Bell has gone. Jockeys will be mounting up shortly, and we'll leave you in the hands of Nico.
Handicap over the 1900-meter trip. Once again, stalls are positioned right in front of us. Here's number 1, Hazy Crazy Night, and Richard Ferree going by. Number 2 is Aerial View, Craig Zaki. 3 is Phoenix and Kendall Mini. Number 4, Chronicles of Narnia, Chase Morjan. 5 is Dame of Flames, Louis Mkotwa. Number 6, Hey Siri, Robert Carty. 7 is Lady Writer, J.P. van der Merwe. Number 8, Gold for Africa, chance ride for Eldon Webber. Eldon Webber rides number 8 +1. And number 9 is Crafty Heart, Mpumi Majorca. Only the 9 runners for race 7. It's over 1900 metres, and off time is 3:05. Approximately 6 minutes to race time for this race, for a stake of 78,500 rand. Over to Neil and Nadine for their choices in the 7th.
Race 7 on the card, the Oil Centre Port Elizabeth sponsors here for the East Cape Nomads Charity Day. Well done for their involvement this afternoon. This is a fillies and mares 76 handicap running over the 1900 metre trip, and we've just watched the 9-horse field make their way down to the start, which is really not far considering it's right behind the parade ring. Neil, the numbers here that we're going to be chatting about: 1, 2, 4, 5 and 6. I will say that the standouts of Canter to Post were number 1, Hazy Crazy Night, 5, Dame of Flames, and 6, Hey Siri. All went down very, very well. The reason I'm mentioning Canter to Post well, I will say as far as form is concerned, I thought she had a bit more to do this afternoon, but she is in the right place with her merit rating having dropped.
Yeah, absolutely. She's been contesting against average merit ratings of 88 and 84. She's in the 73 year. I don't mind when a horse carries a bit of extra pudding, but it meets weaker opposition. So on that alone, this one has got an A quartet chance at least.
Number 2, Aerial View. For me, a horse that's never far back, holding steady form at this level and against Stronger. The reason I thought that she might be alright today is because I thought it was a good run behind Meredith Grey last time out over a distance short of her best.
Of course, in distance, she likes it. 4 starts for a win and a third as well. Likes to race handy, and I think in this field it might just not always be the horse that's going to go to the front that's going to win. I think some might catch her a little bit late. I do think she's got a chance when studying form. I was just joking a bit earlier on with you. I said I don't give her any chance, but no, she's got pace, she's got heart, she'll be there or thereabouts, but I'll be honest, I don't think she'll win.
She'll win, right. So she's got more to do for the win, but definite quartet inclusion. Next up, we're going to chat about number 4, and that is Chronicles of Narnia. Now, I really hope that this lady can bring what the yard believes she's capable of, because if you look behind in her form and seeing names like Medler's Tart and Santa Therese, she's taken on some nice horses and she's got the ability to win this race.
She does, and you've got the go-ahead from the stable.
Yes, they're very keen on her.
Very keen on her, and I think that she loves the Polly. She's much better than the most recent run. I fancied her last time out. She tipped her first on that occasion with Matthew Thackeray in the irons. Today Chase gets an opportunity and she'll be there. I didn't miss her going to post. I'm not sure why, but I missed her going to post. But the stable fancies her, and I liked her last time. I think she's a big runner.
She's got that pole position draw, and the only real question mark is the fact that she's going to be trying the 1900. But considering she has earned competitively up to 1800, where she's been doing her best work late, I would think that the 19 should be in her scope. Number 5, Dame of Flames. Well, she caught our eye in the parade ring, and she definitely caught our eye on the way down to post. She went down beautifully, and Neil, I've got to feel that that magic swing might have been brought about by the change of distances last time out.
Yeah, look, I liked her going to post so much, I really did, and number 6. So for me, the swinger was the 5 and 6 in the exact cigars, but number 5, Dame of Flames, does give number 6 my second choice in the race. 2 kilos on this last run, but in the computer form it says easy winner last time out. So is 2 kilos enough?
Yes. How much better could she have won? Yeah.
For me, a massive runner. As a matter of fact, I think if it doesn't win, it will run second.
Yeah, I will say I've been more and more enamored by her as I've seen her in the parade ring and going down. She's definitely moved up in my selections. Number 6, Hey Siri, another one who has beautifully turned out this afternoon and who also really looked good going to post. She's holding form gamely, thereabouts in all starts since recording her second win, despite the fact that, unfortunately for her, each time she's actually placed, her merit rating has hiked up, but she's still holding form. She would be a well-deserved winner.
Yeah, she definitely deserves another one, make no mistake. Jean did say she's not a banker, but she'll run well. What I liked her coach in the parade ring, her well-being. I liked the way she moved to post. And as mentioned, I thought 5 and 6 were the best movers, so she's a natural inclusion.
There you go, 1, 2, 4, 5. We are playing a quartet this afternoon, and yeah, with that, amber light should shortly commence in flashing. We're going to hand up to Nico.
And bang on time, because it is race time now, and they will load up at the 1900 metre marker any moment. Sweltering heat here today in Gqeberha. Really stuffy, and horses are starting to load. Chronicles of Narnia heading up to the stalls with Gold for Africa, those two moving in. Aerial View, Hey Siri, Crafty Heart. Lady Writer waits her turn along with Dame of Flames and Phoenix, Hazy Crazy Night. Working now with Crafty Heart. Crafty Heart moved up. Lady Writer. Hazy Crazy Night. Phoenix to come in. Dame of Flames. Phoenix and Dame of Flames to complete the lineup. 1900 metres. Set and ready to go and away and racing. Dame of Flames had her head up as the gates opened. It was just slightly slow away over there. Aerial View began well. Gold for Africa's on the outside of it, looking for the lead. Crafty Heart is up there too with Lady Writer. Chronicles of Narnia, not too far off the early gallop, is racing 4 lengths off them. Dame of Flames playing just ever so hard in the early stages. Slightly there is Dame of Flames, not settled. Behind that is Phoenix, gives them 5 to 6 lengths start. Hey Siri is a half length behind that. Hazy Crazy Night will go down to the back straight at the end of the field, giving that leader 8 lengths start. As Gold for Africa went to the rail and leads it from the grey Crafty Heart in second. That is the order of them at the moment, with Gold for Africa from Crafty Heart and Aerial View. Lady Writer's in fourth, 3 to 4 lengths off the leader, with Chronicles of Narnia, the cheek pieces behind that. Then came Dame of Flames, and Phoenix just had to get taken off the heels of Dame of Flames, who's now more settled. Behind that, Hey Siri and Hazy Crazy Night, with 7 or 8 lengths covering them as they went down to the last 1,000 metres. Now 850 to go. Gold for Africa just over a length clear of Crafty Heart in second. Aerial View travels comfortably in third. Lady Writer's in fourth with Chronicles of Narnia back in fifth, 4 to 5 lengths off them. Dame of Flames is 1 behind that. Then came Phoenix, who's been pumped along there. Now Phoenix is losing a bit of touch. Hey Siri races further back, and Hazy Crazy Night's got to get past them all with 8 or 9 to find here. Homeward Bound approaching the last 400 metres now, and here they come. Gold for Africa is the leader from Aerial View, who's about to tackle down the centre. Crafty Heart behind that. Then Chronicles of Narnia. Hazy Crazy Night tries to make up the leeway. On the outside is Dame of Flames. Down the inside is Phoenix, but it's Gold for Africa with 150 left to go. Aerial View, Crafty Heart, Dame of Flames is coming hard up the outside, and Dame of Flames is coming home with Phoenix down the inside, but Dame of Flames went on to win it. Close for second. There's a wall of them involved for second there. Maybe Lady Writer's got up for second, involved with Aerial View and Phoenix, and also Crafty Heart. Very close for minors. Dame of Flames. Mkotwa deserves to have a winner today. Came through right up on the outside of the course here on the Gavin Smith daughter Futura. And she produces the best finish of all. Gold for Africa. Trying to keep rallying with 300 metres to go. Aerial View looked like it was going to tag her, but labours the issue with Crafty Heart. On the outside, Lady Writer fights back. Nothing more from Chronicles of Narnia. Down the inside, Phoenix, after looking beaten at the home turn, finds the finish too, but it's right up on the outside. Dame of Flames for owner Mr. Mudley. That swamps them with 120 to go to win it easily. Going to be tight for the minors. I thought Lady Writer might have got up for second. Phoenix involved with Gold for Africa, Aerial View and Crafty Heart. But is going to go the way of number 5, Dame of Flames. Question mark, who gets second here? Who gets second as they come down to the line? I thought Lady Writer got second. Yep, maybe. Maybe. There's 4 of them involved. Crafty Heart's there. Lady Writer, I said, is called second. Phoenix is there. Gold for Africa is still there. Hey Siri's this side. There's quite a few of them involved in the finish there for that second, third and fourth place. There was no no doubt about it. The Dame of Flames has gone in again today, and Louis Mkotwa is rewarded with a winner. He definitely was knocking on the door today, and well done to him. This is bred by the Drakenstein stud of Gaynor Rupert, and number 5, Dame of Flames, recording her 4th win from 26 outings. You'll see her hard up on the outside fence, gets to the lead here, hard driven for that lead, and eventually goes away to win it quite well in the end. Close for second, Lady Writer. Crafty Heart is involved there with number 2, Aerial View is also involved, and so too Phoenix. So we'll wait for the judges to sort out the minors. The number 1 box, overdue for a win today, is Louis Mkotwa, riding number 5, Dame of Flames, back-to-back wins. This is her 4th career win from 26 outings. 5-year-old bay mare by Futura, out of the Jetmaster mare Flaming Dame, was bred by the Drakenstein stud, nominee Gaynor Rupert, and owned by Mr. R.A. Mudley, trained by Gavin Smith. The winner, number 5, Dame of Flames. We're still waiting for the judge to separate the minors. It was involved with 4 or 5 of them there for the minor positions. And here they come, 5, 7, 9, 2, 3. 5, 7, 9, 2, 3. Those are the numbers as they cross the line. Second, number 7, Lady Writer. Third was 9, Crafty Heart. Fourth to number 2, Aerial View. Fifth was number 3, Phoenix. Louis Mkotwa with the winner here. Number 5, Dame of Flames for Gavin Smith. Well done.
one goes the way of the Gavin Smith yard, teaming up with jockey Louis Mkotwa. And great to have Temba joining me here to collect the 1,500 Rand groom bonus on behalf of Younger, who's busy seeing to Dame of Flames at the moment. Temba, thanks very much for joining me, and tell Younger we say very well done.
Okay, thanks so much.
Brilliant. Thanks to Temba there. That 1,500 Rand always very much appreciated by the grooms and so very well deserved. Louis stepping in to have a chat with me. And Louis, you jumped on Dame of Flames for the first time. She was an easy winner last time out. I saw that she just missed the break with you, which gave you the opportunity to settle nicely, but you were saying she picked that bit up as the race went on.
Yeah, no, ideally I didn't want her to jump that slow. I felt like if I was where I wanted to be, like one off, I actually didn't want cover because she's a big striding filly. Yeah. I feel like if she wasn't had no cover, I don't think she would have pulled, barring the pace that got sedated quite badly. But then behind the horses, the slower we went, the more she was just pulling underneath me. But it worries you that you're pulling too much, are you going to have enough to finish? But then every time I brought her back to me, she came back, but then the pace is slow. So she starts again because she was so well in herself. And then they were just coming back and back. So I just pulled around, I went around. As soon as I saw the daylight, it was instant. She just showed you that she was ready for today. And I must say, she looks like she's going the right way. She's strengthening up. She's looking like now she's enjoying racing. Yeah. The penny is dropped, which is very good. So yeah, she won a very, very easy race, and I pulled out on the centre. She just picked up it up, and she quickened about quite well.
She certainly did, and it definitely has proven this is the type of trip she wants. But she does a bit too much in the races, so you're going to have to always hope for a good pace for her.
Yeah, no, sure. You always hope for that, but with her going the right way, she's going to go a step up in division. And
yes, the pace will naturally quicken up.
Exactly, the pace will haste up, and she'll be much more confident. Then you'll see how good she is. Which the feel she gave me today, I said to Gavin, she could be anything. She looks like she's going the right way. There's not many fillies that are staying, in PE. She won a very, very good race.
She certainly did. Louis, well done. Congratulations, and your sponsors will be chuffed.
Yeah, thanks to Bistro. Really appreciate the sponsor. And well done to Rowan. He sent me a message this morning, said I must bring her home. So I'm glad I did that. But I just well done to the whole team. I always appreciate the support. Anytime I'll take it. So thank you.
Brilliant, Louis. Well done. Gavin standing by. He's going to come chat to me about the daughter of Futura as she goes back to back this afternoon. And Gav, that last one, lot to like about it. And I thought lot to like about this one because she was hyped up the merit ratings for that win, and she
just enjoys the second trip as well. She travels a little bit on the hard side, but Louis didn't panic. She came out with her head up in the air, and they sort of closed him off, and then he was caught a bit far back, and I saw it on the back. She started to pull, and that's always a worry because they can run out of steam. But then he managed to get it to switch off, and they went forward with the pace, and she won a good race, to win going away the way she did. I'm bucked, and well done to Ron. I know he's watching. He needed the win. Well done to him, my friend.
Well, I certainly agree with you. That adds merit to the run, to the win, that everything went wrong in the run. So congratulations. Another great performance.
The view, 61 in the back. I'm bucked with that run as well. Showed a lot of guts for that weight.
She certainly did. She only died the final stages, and the field actually ended up after the winner finishing on top of themselves.
100%. That's good.
Great run for the yard. Well done, Gav.
Cool, thank you, and thanks to my sponsors, Hollywood.
And the next sponsors we're going to be calling up to join us are the Oil Centre Port Elizabeth. Mark White is going to come in and have a chat with me on their behalf. Thank you very much for joining me. And you were quite a follower of the winner. You came away backing the right one. Well done.
Yes, maybe got a bit of an inside track on who the favourite was on this race. And passed it out to a couple of my clients, and I think they're all very happy with us.
They'll be thrilled.
Came away with some extra money to spend on the weekend.
Certainly. Now tell me, the Oil Centre, what compelled the Oil Centre to get involved with today's Nomads charity drive?
Look, historically, we've always been involved with this event for the last couple of years, and obviously COVID put paid to that. And when we got the invite from Nomads again this year, obviously we were quite keen to get involved and get sponsoring an event. And we, in the industry that we are, we do a fair amount of entertaining. And, you can take guys to go and play golf. You can take guys to lunch. But when you get real interest is when you say, let's go horse racing. It's not something that everybody has every day.
Yeah.
And a lot of people in Port Elizabeth don't even know that we have a racetrack here. So when we say to the guys, listen, let's go horse racing, everyone puts their hands up and says, let's go and do some horse racing. So, it's a nice way to get your clients because not everybody wants to go and play. No. Not everybody wants to go for a lunch. But when it's something different, something that you don't see every single day, people are more inclined to come and join you and spend a day with you. And in our busy lives, you don't have a lot of time to spend with wisdom.
It's fantastic,
So,
yes, yeah.
So yes, when Nomads came back to us and said, would we like to sponsor, we were all over.
No
and said,
brainer.
We'd love to.
Fantastic. And as well, tell us about the group of companies that you represent.
Right, so we historically we started off as the Engine Oil Centre, and we do their warehousing distribution of all their lubricants, greases and oils. And then a couple of years later we started, just by the nature of the business, they said to us, listen, would you guys be interested in supplying some fuel? And we started buying a couple of tankers, and we started supplying fuel to end users, transporters, anybody that uses fuel.
Yeah.
And then, of course, gas came along, and then we got involved with gas. So
you just keep broadening, yeah.
And then we procured a big truck stop a couple of years ago, which has been very good for us as well. And yeah, we, in every facet of life and industry, petroleum, gas, oil, grease, we keep the wheels of industry turning.
Oh, that's fantastic. But I think it's wonderful that in doing as well as you do at business, you also get involved in days like this where you give back. No, don't just keep getting.
Absolutely,
yes. That'll keep karma going well for you.
No, we certainly hope so. We've been very fortunate over the last sort of 16, 17 years.
No, well done. I think it's brilliant. The people that support charities like this always have to be commended. I'm glad not only do you get to have a fantastic day, but you get to be involved with people like Nomads. Thank you very much for your support.
No, for sure. And also the most important thing is for a good cause as well.
Exactly.
Apart from entertaining clients, it's for a good cause, for a charity. So, we're all keen for that.
Commendable. Well done.
Okay, thanks very much.
Great chatting to Mark White of the Oil Centre, and a great breakdown from him of the Oil Centre and how it's broadened its horizons and how it is still giving back to the community, which is always commendable, as I mentioned. Very well done to the Gavin Smith Yard, booting home Dame of Flames, Louis McClotwa. She goes back to back. Very well done to Mr. Moodley.
And Dame of Flames to complete the lineup, 1900 meters set and ready to go and away and racing. Dame of Flames had her head up as the gates opened. It was just slightly slow away over there. Aerial View began well. Gold for Africa's on the outside of it, looking for the lead. Crafty Heart is up there too with Lady Writer. Chronicles of Narnia not too far off the early gallop, is racing 4 lengths off them. Dame of Flames playing just ever so hard in the early stages. Slightly there is Dame of Flames, not settled. Behind that is Phoenix, gives them 5 to 6 lengths start. Hey Siri is a half length behind that. Hazy Crazy Night will go down to the back straight at the end of the field, giving that leader 8 lengths start. As Gold for Africa went to the rail and leads it from the grey. Crafty Heart in second. That is the order of them at the moment, with Gold for Africa from Crafty Heart and Aerial View. Lady Writer's in fourth, 3 to 4 lengths off the leader, with Chronicles of Narnia, the cheek pieces behind that. Then came Dame of Flames, and Phoenix just had to get taken off the heels of Dame of Flames, who's now more settled behind that Hey Siri and Hazy Crazy Night, with 7 or 8 lengths covering them as they went down to the last 1,000 metres. Now 850 to go. Gold for Africa just over a length clear of Crafty Heart in second. Aerial View travels comfortably in third. Lady Writer's in fourth with Chronicles of Narnia back in fifth, 4 to 5 lengths off them. Dame of Flames is 1 behind that. Then came Phoenix, who's been pumped along there. Now Phoenix is losing a bit of touch. Hey Siri races further back, and Hazy Crazy Night's got to get past them all with 8 or 9 to find here. Homeward bound, approaching the last 400 metres now, and here they come. Gold for Africa is the leader from Aerial View, who's about to tackle down the centre. Crafty Heart behind that. Then Chronicles of Narnia. Hazy Crazy Night tries to make up the leeway. On the outside is Dame of Flames, and down the inside is Phoenix, but it's Gold for Africa with 150 left to go. Aerial View, Crafty Heart, Dame of Flames is coming hard up the outside, and Dame of Flames is coming home with Phoenix down the inside, but Dame of Flames went on to win it. Close for second. Then Chronicles of Narnia. Hazy Crazy Night tries Dame of Flames. Down the inside is Phoenix, but it's Gold for Africa with 150 left to go. Aerial View, Crafty Heart, Dame of Flames is coming hard up the outside, and Dame of Flames is coming home with Phoenix down the inside, but Dame of Flames went on to win it. Close for second. There's a wall of them involved for second there. Maybe Lady Writer's got a...
very much. If you have just joined us for the penultimate of the afternoon, race 8 on the card. It's the VZ's Engineering College merit rated 66 handicap. We'll chat to the connections of VZ's Engineering College after this race and find out a little bit about what they do and their role that they play with regards to the charity this afternoon. Runners in the parade ring, wow, some good looking individuals here. Nadine, number 1, Sir Nihal Longsword, has won 2 in a row for the Lungagila stable, and he's a big boy. He's quite long in his back and he looks very well.
Yeah, he does look good this afternoon. He's going for 3 in a row. He's got that neat draw and enjoys course and distance, and he's not without a chance of pulling it off. It's not going to be a walk in the park. There's horses here he has to beat, but he does have it in his scope to go for 3 on the trot. Behind him, number 2, Delil. Always such a pleasure in the parade ring. He's a very laid-back individual. He was a surprise winner of his last. He drifted out to 33-1, but in saying that, he never ever disgraces himself. He's always around about the action, and it wasn't a total surprise that he got up to win. Yes, the money wasn't on, but he had the form to get it right. And once again, although he's got a wider draw to overcome, if he repeats the performance like his last, he can earn again.
Yeah, well, he's owned by Duncan McKenzie and Dory Sham. I'm sure Mark and Dory will be watching. They were happy with the last one. I'm sure Natalie will be watching as well, because
yes, this is her horse.
Even made me special Delil socks. So it just shows you. But anyway, we'll see how Delil goes, and at the end of the day, he's a runner that on his day he can upset, and he's in the right class here.
No, he is in the right class. So definitely this is the right field for him, and he wasn't harshly treated for that win up only 2 points.
I want to point something out. You know, he won last time at a big price and an average rating of 73. He's now running an average rating of 64.
He's down in class.
Definitely.
Yeah. A chunky fellow behind him is number 3, Fiery Duke. He's been there and thereabouts of late, and what really catches the eye is how well the form lines have been represented by horses that have come out to win. There's been multiple winners in most of his form lines. He's got the neat draw, and he can certainly get involved here.
Now here's the horse with that says, "Look at me."
Yeah, it does.
A big boy. That's a real manure, to quote a South African saying. Son of Vercingetrix, number 4, Mr. Bodacious, beautiful, proud individual. Louis Makotwa rides him, course and distance. He loves course and distance, and I don't know, I think possibly he's the one to beat.
Yeah, he does. He looks full of well-being this afternoon. Number 5, Razor Red, showed improvement in his last, but more is needed.
Number 6, Arturo, a winner of his last start. It was only his second outing. Richard hops aboard this afternoon, and in this field, to be honest, he's got the most scope for further improvement.
Number 7, Cool Runnings, has been freshened up. His last 2 runs have been a little bit disappointing. I thought he'd be more competitive for the win as he came back from a longer rest, but I wouldn't write him off here. Others preferred for the win, but quartet inclusion.
Number 8, Spanish fought in the Hollywood Syndicate. Silk Scandal Mini now aboard this afternoon, getting closer recently, and a runner that could maybe make the quartet pay.
Number 9, Vandalize, a well-deserved maiden winner last time out. She takes on male opposition here, having her post-maiden run. Got to prove that she can go on with it, but plenty of scope for improvement.
I must say, I look at her in the parade ring, number 9, Vandalize, and that heave line of hers, very
defined, yeah.
Defined, very, very fit horse, the 9. Number 10 is a scratching. We go to 11, Eclair. There's a bit of whisper that this horse will run a big race. Does represent value, drawn 6 this afternoon from the Cotson stable. Finally gets a draw, and they're expecting a very good run from her.
And finally, number 12, Psychedelic Eric. He's not in form at the moment, and I would say that others are preferred. They're making their way out onto track, and we're going to hand up to Nico.
So we move on to the penultimate race of the day today. Race 8 is the VC's Engineering College merit rated 66 handicap over 1,700 metres, over 1,300 metres rather. They go 1,300 metres for this one. The scratching is number 10, Jaguar Cat. The riders on 11, Eclair, and 12, Psychedelic Eric, are both plus a half a kilo. Jenna Shaw's plus a half, and Robert Carty is now effectively plus 1. As we watch number 5, Razor Red, make his way down to the start. Chase Morjan is the rider. So with the scratching of 10, 11 runners to bet on here. Number 2, Dalil, Craig Zaki. 3 is Fiery Duke, JP van der Merwe. Number 1, Sir Nihal Longsword, and Mpumi Majorca. And this was bidding for the hat-trick of wins today. Won his last two for Lungagila, going for the hat-trick of wins. Number 6, Arturo, Richard Ferree. That's in the Ridgemont colours. Number 7 is Cool Runnings, Yuze Ramzan. Number 8, Spanish Fort, Kendall Minnie is the replacement rider. 11 is Eclair, Dennis Shaw's. Puts up half a kilo. Psychedelic Eric, the rider is +1 now, Robert Carty. 55 kilos. Number 4, Mr. Bodacious, Louis Kotwa. He's now found the winner's box, and maybe he might just stay there. For Mr. Bodacious, one of the fancied horses running here. And number 9 is Vandalize and Sandile Carty. So that's the lineup for race number 8. It is the penultimate of the day. It runs at 3:45, and it is for a stake of 71,000 rand. Let's go down to Neil and Nadine to take us through their selections and fancies here.
Thanks very much, Nico. Yes, Nadine, we've got a couple of runners here, numbers, quite a lot of numbers, but
Yeah.
I think runners that 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, the 9 and the 11 all have to be considered as quartet runners.
Yes, yeah.
We'll highlight the ones as we go with regards to moving to post. Maybe we should do that first.
Yeah.
I think that Dalil went down normally like it does. Number
Yes,
2,
he
good
goes
enough.
down himself.
Mr.
Yeah.
Bodacious, I thought, moved very well to post. I love that. I think he's a massive runner. 6, Arturo, possibly
he
the
went
best
down, yeah.
mover of the lot.
And Fiery Duke,
And
number
then
3.
Fiery Duke, number 3, also moved well to post. All right, let's kick off with number 1, Sir Niall Longsword. You can't leave Lungakila's runner out. He's won 2 in a row and 1 convincingly.
Yeah, back-to-back in his last 2 starts. He exited the maidens, and then he won his first start in handicap company, and that's something that a lot of horses battle with. I know he did it as an older horse. I mean, he's had such an old career, but I do think that there still could be more to come from him. He's a lightly raced individual, being a 5-year-old, and not without chance at completing his hat-trick here. Going to be harder for him. He did beat Similar last time out, though, so yeah, nice.
But 5 kilos more than he did last time. Number 2, Dalil, goes down like this always, usual, relaxed, doesn't stretch all the way, etc., etc. But Dalil in this company, I won't be surprised to see it run on. My only question, Nadine, is at 1/1400, the 1300 might just be 100 too short.
It sounds so little when you're talking about distances, but in some horses that 100 meters is absolutely everything, and I totally agree with you there. A little bit of a wide draw, but he's going to be tucking in and running on anyways. The question for me is he going to follow up with that type of performance? But he looks fantastic.
Number 3, Fiery Duke, you like going to post?
Yeah, I did like him going to. He hasn't gotten as close in his recent starts. Have you looked at those form lines? They've thrown some really nice winners. He's taken on some nice horses, and the yard are expecting a good run from him, from a good draw. So I would prefer 1 or 2 ahead of him for the win, but quartets for me definitely an inclusion.
Well, I'm strong in the camp of number 4, Mr. Bodacious, the son of Vercingetorix for Gavin Smith. Louis Makotwa loves the course and distance, and for me this horse didn't go down fast.
No.
He went down as much freely as what Louis would allow him to go down to post. But I'll tell you what, there's plenty horse here. You're going to get a big run from number 4.
And I think he's going to love being back over course and distance. You know, you've got to go with what the program throws at you, but of late he's only raced over 1,000 and 1,200. We've just spoken about the difference 100 meters can make, and he really enjoys course and distance, where from 2 starts he's won and run second. So I think that's going to really suit him. His merit rating is down. He's starting to be competitive at this level, and this is the right race for him to win.
Number 6, Arturo, I thought moved the best to post. Moved very, very well to post. He's got the most scope for improvement because he's lightly raced. He's only had the 2 starts for a second and a win.
Yeah, you know, it's so hard to judge a horse on a post-maiden run because, like I said earlier, it's really hard for some horses to make that leap from maidens to handicap company, and it's harder than you think. But my gosh, the way he went down, I think that he's got it in him, and even though this is his first run in handicap company, he's going to run a blinder. I push him close to top of my selections at this point.
On the way he went to post.
Yes, just on the way he went to post.
And someone on the tote has realised that because the money is so favourite at the moment.
Yeah,
Flashing.
I really liked what I saw going down.
Number 9, Vandalize, the filly, and can be involved again. She's fit. I mentioned the heave line in the parade ring. This horse caught me all the time in the parade ring because it is so athletic and tuned to chew the tea this afternoon. Watch out for number 9. If you haven't included her at 14-1, put her into your bets.
Much like stable companion Arturo, she's also having her first run in handicap company, but unlike Arturo, she'll be taking on male opposition because, I mean, Arturo is obviously a colt. So she's a filly taking on boys here, but she won as she liked last time out. She went to the front, she set fractions, she was never ever headed, and she won not under the pump, the fastest finisher. So there's a lot to like about the way she won, and she really enjoys the poly. So Alan looks to have a decent hand here.
All right, so I'm going to quickly mention number 11, added in your quartet. Spoke to Greg Cotson earlier on today upstairs, and he said at 53-1 this horse must be included in your play. Nico, over to you.
Thanks very much. Loading up for the penultimate event, 1,300 metres. Razor Red has the hood on going forward with Fiery Duke, Mr. Bodacious, Spanish Fort, Cool Running still to load with Arturo, Eclair and Psychedelic Eric. So still half a dozen or so to come forward. Razor Red moving up, Mr. Bodacious, Spanish Fort, the yellow colours, Arturo, Nick Clare's moving up, Mr. Bodacious still to go forward, does so now, Eclair, Arturo, Cool Runnings and Psychedelic Eric, 1,300 metres to sprint. For the 8th race, still 3 to load. Arturo goes in, Cool Runnings and Psychedelic Eric are the last couple to go forward here. Just about ready. Psychedelic Eric goes in, set, and away they go. Psychedelic Eric was slow to respond from the break. Arturo was quickly away with Mr. Bodacious. Cool Runnings shows good early pace. Fiery Duke not far off them in the early part, with Sir Neil Longsword racing back in 5th position at the moment, and that's racing about 4 lengths off the leader. Behind that came along the inside Vandalize, and that's giving them 5 lengths start. Further back behind those came Psychedelic Eric racing there with Spanish Fort, then a gap back to Arturo and Declare, and Razor Red is the trailer. Gives them 10-11 lengths start now with 700 metres left to go, and it's Cool Runnings hastening it up front, led by a length and a half. Arturo's racing second, Fiery Duke is third with Mr. Bodacious, then Sir Neil Longsword and Vandalize. Further back to Psychedelic Eric and Spanish Fort. Daleal's got 10-11 to make up with Eclair and Razor Red. 400 metres left to go, and Cool Running steals a march by 3 from Arturo. Down along the inside is Fiery Duke. Mr. Bodacious is on the stand side. Eclair's making up ground too. Further to the outside, Sir Neil Longsword is running on strongly too. 200 to go. It's still Cool Runnings that led from Fiery Duke. Sir Neil Longsword's on the outside. Cool Runnings led from in second. Fiery Duke. Cool Runnings keeping going from Fiery Duke. Cool Runnings is going to hold them off, and Cool Runnings beats in second Fiery Duke. Eclair was third. 4th is close between Razor Red and on the outside Sir Neil Longsword. Cool Runnings for Yuze Ramzan and Gavin Smith, the colours of Mr. Gomez, Duncan Kutsia and Gavin Smith. A strong front-running ride by Yuze Ramzan, number 7 on the programme, 6-year-old gelding by Soft Falling Rain, out of the Rich Man's Gold Mare Aircon, which I've just put on in the commentary box here. It's sweltering hot. Cool Runnings wins his 5th race out of 27 starts. Yuze rides him really well. He's now had his 3rd win aboard him today. Keeps rolling from Fiery Duke, who'll run back in second. Look at Eclair, made up big ground down the inside. So Neil Longsword's not in the pictures, right up on the outside of the course. Was coming home right up on the outside. Arturo and Daleal also making up ground, but it's going to go the way of number 7, Cool Runnings, for the victory here. Cool Runnings wins it. Fiery Duke in second. 3rd will go to Eclair, and 4th, I think this side, so Neil Longsword does get up for that 4th spot ahead of Razor Red, who runs back in 5th position. No sign of Mr. Bodacious, and Dalil came through from the back end of the field too. 7 has won it. Cool Runnings, another win for the Smith Yard. They are certainly doing well again today at this Fairview Polytrack meeting. And number 7 gets the verdict. Nice for Uze Ramzan. Head-on replay, and right up along the inside are the colours of Mr. Gomez, the blue and red and white colours, the striped sleeves, comes through and was basically in front the whole way. Although Fiery Duke does throw out a challenge, the action on the left-hand side. Not much running on middle outside over here, and it's going to go to Cool Runnings from Fiery Duke, who'll have to settle for another placing today, but consistent all the same. Let's go back to the studios. Returning to the number 1 box for race number 8 is number 7, Cool Runnings. Well done to winning rider Uze Ramzan for the Gavin Smith Yard. Cool Runnings, a 6-year-old bay gelding by Soft Falling Rain out of the rich man's gold mare Aircon, was bred by Fulkerbos Drift and Maritzfontein. Runs in the colours of Messrs J.G. Gomes, Duncan Kutsia and G.D. Smith. This will be the 3rd win for jockey Ramzan aboard Cool Runnings. 3rd out of 5 career wins in total. Well ridden, and goes on strongly in the latter stages. To beat home 3, Fiery Duke will secure 2nd. 3rd position, number 11, Eclair, and confirming 4th to number 1, Sir Nihal Longsword.
Welcome back to Fairview this afternoon. Number 7, Cool Runnings, comes out to win for the Gavin Smith stable. Well done. We've been talking about Cool Runnings for quite some time, Nadine and I, and today, yeah, it popped up. And well done to all the winning connections. Well, with me, I've got Joseph. He's collecting the 1,500 Rand for the groom of the horse, Des. That's actually with the horse right now. So, Joseph, please tell Des, very well done. 1,500 Rand, courtesy of World Sports Betting. Thanks once again for the contribution from WSB towards our grooms throughout the country. Isaiah Ramsden, yep, I spoke to him last week at a big price as well, and he came home in the last week at 45 to 1. This horse was quoted about 16 to 1. You possibly could have got 20 to 1. Isaiah, very well done. A very competitive card race, shall I say. When we studied form, we were struggling to find the winner.
I didn't really know what to expect today because he's a bit on and off, but he won 2 and then his rating went a bit up and then he sort of lost his form a bit, but now it's coming down slowly, and thankfully won today. We did always think he might need further, but he's winning well over these distances, so keep him here. I just want to thank Mr. Smith. Actually, he does well with horses that come off a break, because I think my last 3 winners for him, they've all come off a break, and you think they might need their run, but they're fit and ready and they've won. So he does a good job, and thanks to the team, Francie, Andrew, Dean, and just well done to the owners involved.
200 from home. You had a bit of work to do to catch the front runner.
Yeah, I was actually always in front.
Oh, you're always in front?
Always in front, just the angle.
Oh, just the angle.
But, I could see horses from the corner of my eye coming down the outside. So I was just, praying and hoping I get there. And
right.
Everything worked out.
All right, never in doubt. Well done to you.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Tremendous. Let's go to the trainer. He's his 3rd winner today. Apparently, he says. 3rd winner, Gavin Smith back in the winner's box. Cool Runnings, a horse that Nadine and I mentioned it earlier on. We often talk about this horse really going to win another race. I just thought this was a tough field for that.
Tough field, but a hard-knocking type, Neil. Exactly that, and he's taken a liking to this Polly because he's got a pacey type of horse, and he gives a little kick and he stays on. So if you can crack him right on the day, I've got to say, Peach of a right by you say, you let him go at the right time, and he'd had enough at the end. I think the oxygen tank was out, but he did enough to hold on resiliently, and lovely to get another win, under the belt with him. And well done to Joe Gomez, Duncan Coetzee, well done, guys.
Tremendous. We still got another 2 races to go. Was it? Yeah, 2 races, 1 more race to go. Yeah, so you've had 3. You could end up 4.
Hell, you're making this a 5-day test.
It has been, but I'll keep looking up and I see Gavin Smith in the winner's box.
Thank you very much, Neil.
Yeah.
Now we'll take it with both hands. Thank you very much.
Well done, Gavin.
Yes, thank you.
There we go. Let's go to the gentleman. He is the owner of the company that sponsored this race, and it's VZ's Engineering coming to the picture there. Greg, nice to have you on course this afternoon. I mentioned chatting to you earlier on a little bit. What exactly is VZ's Engineering College about?
Yeah, VZ's Engineering College. We are a correspondence college, and we prepare candidates for their government certificate of competency, whether it's mechanical engineering or electrical engineering, and both on mines and in factories. So that's what we do.
All right, and where are you based?
We're based in Port Elizabeth, but we've got a South African footprint with candidates outside of the country as well. Namibia, Zambia.
A lot of online stuff?
Yeah, a lot of online stuff. Support is done online, but we do mainly correspondence, so we send the guys notes and they come back and we help them out all the way through.
All right, and how did you become involved in today with regards to what's happening on course?
Yeah, so I'm also a nomad, as you can see,
yes.
And we've been here a couple of years. But, from a VZ's point of view, we see it's a great fit. It's a great social responsibility fit. We can do something for nomads, which are looking at charities and different charities every year. So that helps us. We don't do our own. We go through nomads. And nomads, apart from playing golf once a month and enjoying a game of golf with your mates, we also have 2 very important goals and objectives. The one being the furtherance of golf, and we do a wonderful job with that throughout the country. And I mean, we've got 12 clubs in the country, but then there's also the charitable side of it. And each vice captain, the 12 vice captains around the country, are doing exactly the same thing as this. Race days, golf days, other charity events, and they raise money for funds for their beneficiaries, which change every year, which is great.
Well, we've learned a lot from you, Greg. Thanks so much, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the afternoon.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's been great. Thank you.
Tremendous. That's Greg Clack from VZ's Engineering College. Nice to have them on course this afternoon as well. And you can see all the badges there. Die man weet wat aangaan. So very well done. And then, yeah, Cool Runnings. That's race 8 on the card. We've got race 9 coming up. There's a lot of talk about several runners in the race, so you still have a last chance to dance.
Away they go. Psychedelic Eric was slow to respond from the break. Arturo was quickly away with Mr. Bodacious. Cool Runnings shows good early pace. Fiery Duke not far off them in the early part, with Sir Neil Longsword racing back in 5th position at the moment, and that's racing about 4 lengths off the leader. Behind that came along the inside Vandalize, and that's giving them 5 lengths start. Further back behind those came Psychedelic Eric racing there with Spanish Fort, then a gap back to Arturo and Declare, and Razor Red is the trailer. Gives them 10-11 lengths start now with 700 metres left to go, and it's Cool Runnings hastening it up front, led by a length and a half. Arturo's racing second. Fiery Duke is third with Mr. Bodacious, then Sir Neil Longsword and Vandalize. Further back to Psychedelic Eric and Spanish Fort. Leal's got 10-11 to make up with Eclair and Razor Red. 400 metres left to go, and Cool Runnings steals a march by 3 from Arturo. Down along the inside is Fiery Duke. Mr. Bodacious is on the stand side. Eclair's making up ground 2. Further to the outside, Sir Neil Longsword is running on strongly too. 200 to go. It's still Cool Runnings that led from Fiery Duke. Sir Neil Longsword's on the outside. Cool Runnings led from in second. Fiery Duke. Cool Runnings keeping going from Fiery Duke. Cool Runnings is going to hold them off, and Cool Runnings beats in second. Fiery Duke is on the stand side. Eclair's making up ground 2. Further to the outside, Sir Neil Longsword is running on strongly too. 200 to go. It's still Cool Runnings that led from Fiery Duke. Sir Neil Longsword's on the outside. Cool Runnings led from in second. Fiery Duke. Cool Runnings keeping going from Fiery Duke. Cool Runnings is going to hold them off, and Cool Runnings beats in second. Fiery Duke. Eclair was third. Fourth is close.
Last race of the day, next Fairview race meeting, Friday the 18th of August. This is the Fillies and Mares 66 handicap, and we hope that everyone upstairs at the Nomads Eastern Cape has had a wonderful day and enjoys their final race with us. We're going to go down to the parade ring now to start having a look at the runners. And number 1, Amy's Idol, has just made her way into the ring. She'll be the mount of Sandile Kati for trainer Alan Greff, and her recent form does suggest that she would be happiest on turf. She has previously won on poly, so perhaps if she put her best foot forward down in class today, she could find the frame. But lately, yeah, she does seem at her best on turf.
Number 2 is Montresor. Now, Montresor's won 2 in a row, and if you listen to the stable assistant, that is Nicholas, he did say, I don't know if they can beat me here. That's what he basically said.
It did come out like that.
He said, I have to give this one weight and I have to do this, but I don't think they can beat us. So it keeps getting better and better back home. The work is phenomenal. It gives a couple of kilos to number 7, but I don't think it is enough. That's coming from the stable.
Yeah, she's looking really good this afternoon. Another one with the shiny coat behind her is number 3, Grew of Ice. Her last was a little bit disappointing because she just lacked a finish late, but she can do better. Have a look at that run behind 3 Rocks, and she has pole position draw here. Course and distance winner, not out of it.
We go straight to number 5. That's Open Secret from the Alan Greff stable. Richard Ferry rides. They've got the blinkers fitted on this afternoon, and Alan did say when chatting to Nadine, I don't know why she hasn't won yet.
Yeah, she has proved a little bit of a flummoxing for the yard, who obviously showing much better work. Number 6, Stage Play, will have her post-maiden run, and she'll take on Older here. She does enjoy the poly, she does enjoy course and distance, but she's up in class and drawn wide, so maybe just a run to watch her and follow on another occasion.
We'll just stick with him as they are in the parade ring. Number 10, Tabitha Cat, having its first run here for the Duncan Mackenzie stable. Robert Carty rides, and I thought maybe worth including in the back end of a quartet. The reason why I say that, because it has been on the poly before. It didn't shape on the poly, but you never know. Sometimes a change is as good as a holiday. Duncan did say, I think, Nadine, that he wants to wait and see a little bit as to where to from here.
Yes, this is a starting point. He'll learn more, but in saying that, she's dropped drastically in the ratings.
Yep.
Number 11, Angel C, has her first run for her new yard. She is better than her recent form, but she does tend to leave it for a little bit late.
Number 12 is Colorama from the Tara Lang stable, the daughter of Captain of All. She's 5 now, so she's a mare. Chase rides her from gate 11. The winner of the last start, beating Ikwembula Besefasani. Now, Ikwembula Besefasani ran a much improved race this afternoon, so another one that you could consider to play in that all-important quartet in the lucky last.
Number 13, Moonstrike. Well, that's going to be her nemesis today, because she's also drawn 13 of the 14 runners. I will say she's looking really good in the parade ring, and if Lady Luck is on her shoulder from that wide draw, I do give this mare a place chance. Her recent form behind the likes of Esther and Montresor, who she's better off at the weights to, is decent.
See, the camera's focused on number 14 there. That's Winter Journey from the Cliffy Miller stable. Big odds of about 40-50 to 1. Alden Weber rides and does have quite a bit to do. I see number 7 has come into the parade ring on the far side.
Well, let me touch on that then. That's number 7 on the far side, and that is Global Goddess. Doesn't she look fantastic?
Yeah, that's why she caught my eye.
My gosh, she's another one that's stalking around the parade ring. And I will say that, Neil, I'm glad you pointed her out. We've looked at Montresor, and this is my danger to Montresor. I do believe that Louis Makotwa ends off on a high here, and Global Goddess, she's found Montresor too good in their last 2 meetings, but she is once again better off at the weights.
I'm not sure if we touched on number 8. No, we didn't. Peace Frog from the Gavin Smith stable as well. So Gavin well represented here. JP van der Merwe rides this afternoon, a winner of its last outing as well. And this is the 3rd run on the poly. It's run a 2nd, the 1st, so maybe does like the poly. Number 8, Peace Frog. I think that's all the runners, if not mistaken, Nadine. I'm getting a thumbs up. Let's leave them at that.
They are making their way out onto course. I see all Nomads people are starting to congregate in the parade ring. It's lovely to see. But for now, we're going to watch them canter to post once again, handing up for the last time for canter to post to Nico.
for the final time today. Race 9 is the next Fairview race meeting Friday, 18 August. Fillies and Mares 66 handicap over 1,200 metres. Field of 14 heading out. Overweight for number 14, Winter Journey. Alden Weber is +1/2. Runners steadily making their way out. You can see number 6 Stage Play. Number 1 Amy's Idol has come out. 4 Lady Chartouche. We're going down to the start here as Stage Play, number 6 in the Lydia Ackerman Silks, followed down by number 1 Amy's Idol. Lady Chartouche is come out as well. Heading out is number 10 Tabitha Cat and Robert Carty. 14 going by Winter Journey has broken away, Alden Weber. 11 is Angel C, Dennis Schwartz. 10 Tabitha Cat's got a plane to catch, is flying down to the start. Tabitha Cat maybe wants to go back to Durban. 12 is Colorama, Chase Moujon. Number 9 Crown Plaza. Our races in the colours of Mr. Gary Player. 13 Moonstrike. Jason Gates. 4 is Lady Chartouche. Kendall Minnie. 3 Grew of Ice and Pumi Majorca. 'And number 5 is Open Secret, Richard Farina. The blinkers go on Open Secret. Here's number 7, Global Goddess. Making her way out onto the course with Louis Courtois. Another one to come out is Peace Frog. Number 8. And JP van der Merwe, just going back to Crown Plaza, number 9. This was purchased on an online sale by Gary Player himself with Jan Mantell and Paul Marks. And it runs in the colours of Gary Player, the black with the white hooped cap. Named after the Black Knight himself. That is number 9 Crown Plaza. So here are the last 2 going by. Let's have a look at them after Open Secret, of course, which is number 5. Open Secret goes to post. Will be followed by Global Goddess, number 7, and Peace Frog, number 8. That will wrap up the canter pass for race number 9. Biggest field of the day, I think, and it's over 1,200 metres. Time to hand you back to Neil and Nadine. And apologies, guys. Normally you see me more than once or twice a day, but it's just too hot. And I've been stuck up in the comment box with a fan on. So that's where I've been today. Over to you.
Last race of the day, just to quickly get our numbers out there, 2, 3, 5 and 7, as we have limited time until the off. And with that, we'll just say, Nico upstairs, we forgive you for not coming to visit us as often. It has been a hot day, so don't worry. We totally understand. But looking forward to the last of the day. Lovely to see the Nomads really enjoying themselves in the parade ring and enjoying the final event. Neil, let's touch on number 2, Montresor. Now, for those of you that don't know her, she is never the greatest of movers going down, so how she went down is totally fine by us. And the form more than points out that she's a runner this afternoon.
She is. She's got Wayne Agrilla aboard now, and the confidence from the stable.
Yes.
I just love it. You know, Nick is a young guy, Nick, and He says it as it is.
I love it. He doesn't
We
pull any
need that.
punches.
He doesn't
Yeah.
pull punches. He says keeps getting better. Work is phenomenal. Gives number 7 2 kilos, but I don't think it's enough.
Well, there
And
you
that-
have it.
Judging moving to post, I can't have Montresor, but I know I said that last time, and it won.
Yeah, she
That
is very much like
that is how she is.
And Nick also doesn't hide anything away. They're saying that she takes a lot of work on her back. And I mean, when I go there in the morning to chat to them, they've got the heating pads on her, and you know they're doing the best that they can by her. She's drawn well. She is at best on poly, and she loves course and distance. Number 3, Grew of Ice, steps out for the Lungagila yard. She's got pole position draw on her side. Neil, that last a bit disappointing, but certainly capable of better.
Yeah, 12 to 1's a decent price for her from a plum draw. Pumi will ride her well, and she's got to go in. There is a bit of whisper upstairs about her, so take note of that. I did notice that she started to sweat up quite a bit more.
Yeah, she is. It is quite warm out there, though, and she is a course and distance winner, which is something of an asset to her today. Number 5, Open Secret, disappointing last. In fact, as we heard from the interview from Alan Creff, a bit disappointing in general because she had been expected to find the winner's box already. She's had the 6 starts locally. The win just keeps eluding her. Neil, I liked the way she moved to post to a degree, because then all of a sudden she started, as you can see, taking quite a hold and was a little bit keen, but definitely one of the freest movers we saw this afternoon as far as race 9 is concerned.
But Richard was still in control.
Yes,
I
he
think
was.
that's
Yeah.
important. For me, in the parade ring, she caught the eye. 5 and 7 in the parade ring, to me, stood out head and shoulder above the rest.
And that takes us to number 7, Global Goddess. She looked supreme in the parade ring. Beautiful shine on her dark coat. And Neil, although Montresor has been her nemesis in recent meetings, she keeps getting that weight advantage, and it's going to swing in her favour soon.
I don't know. I think Louis is going to win the last. I love the way this horse moved to post. Out of all the runners, I thought that the 7 moved the best to post. And I spoke to Louis when he came upstairs. I said, Louis, I thought it's going to be a Louis Makotwa benefit day today. You've only had the 1 winner in numerous places. And basically they thought they still got 2 races to go. It didn't feature in the previous one. He might just end off in the winner's box with number 7 in race 9.
Well, I have to agree with you. I think she looked outstanding in the parade ring. She went down well. What I really like about her recent start, Neil, is that she's regained her finish. She's found her momentum again. She was staying on at one stage and not rounding off. Now she's finishing up. She comes here better off 2 kilos to Montresor, 4 being beaten just over a length last time out. And it could literally be a case of 3rd time's the charm to swing it with Montresor.
You saw me grab my phone.
I saw you grab your phone. That's why I kept talking.
I can't believe it. I went onto the tab for racing app. R6.40 a win. I'll have a bit of that. Yeah, so I'm going to up for the day, so I'm going to put a couple of rands on number 7, Global Goddess, for a win in the lucky.
Yeah, well, she certainly is worth it. It shouldn't be too long before the amber light starts flashing. Just to run through those numbers again, 2, 3, 5 and 7. Those are what we recommend that you include if you are thinking of playing a quartet. That pool sitting just under 170,000 as we speak. I know that we do make it pretty much a race between numbers 2, Montresor, and 7, Global Goddess. And as far as best movers are concerned, numbers 5 and 7, Open Secret and Global Goddess, tick the right boxes going down. If you are playing a quartet in the last, a couple of others that you might want to consider including. Number 1, Amy's Idol, has shown to be slightly better these days on turf than on poly, but she does have upset potential. You might want to throw her in, as well as number 13, Moonstrike. Unfortunately has a wide draw against her, but on her form and being better off at the weights to Montresor today, if Lady Luck shines upon her, she can find the first 4. They are loading for the last of the afternoon. Once again, it's been a great pleasure to host Nomads Eastern Cape. We hope they've had a wonderful and profitable day for their headline charity this afternoon, and that is Yokusela Haven. And we're going to hand up to Nico. A big thanks to him for his work this afternoon as well.
Thanks very much. Almost half the field loaded. Amy's Idol's about to go in. 14 of them to sprint away from the 1,200-metre marker. Hopefully your bets are on. Thanks to Nomads Eastern Cape again for the good day we've had out at Fairview today. Look forward to hosting you guys again next year. Angel C's moving up. Here's Montresor, stage play. Tabitha Cat to go forward, and then there's 3 after that, Global Goddess, Moonstrike, and Colorama from the 1,200-metre marker. Tabitha Cat, 3 to go after that, Moonstrike, Global Goddess, and Colorama at the 1,200-metre marker. Final race of the day, All set to go. They're ready and they're fired away, and Open Secret was the one slowest away, lost a good couple of lengths over there. Grew of Ice began well. Winter Journey is up there in the early part with Montrezor, Peace Frog, Colorama on the outside, Lady Chartouche, then came Golden Goddess behind that, Global Goddess. Races about 7 or 8 lengths off them. Stage Play races further back, and then we go back to Angel Seas racing midfield. Moonstrike is racing towards the rear. Open Secret is at the back with Crown Plaza, giving them 15, 16 lengths, and it's Helter Skelter up front. Winter Journey and Grew of Ice. They could be cutting throats out in front as Winter Journey goes about a neck clear now of Grew of Ice racing second. 3 lengths away to Montrezor, then Peace Frog. Behind that on the outside is Colorama. Then came towards their inside, that is running on Global Goddess, and behind that Stage Play. Further back to Angel Sea. They come down to the 300. Grew of Ice is tackled on all sides. Montrezor has swept into the lead. Global Goddess is down the inside. It's Montrezor from Global Goddess. Then behind that is Angel Sea and Colorama, but Montrezor travels very strongly in the last, and Montrezor goes on to win it. Montrezor beat Colorama. Third place Angel Sea. Fourth will be Open Secret flying up. Then came Moonstrike and Global Goddess. Montrezor, second winner of the day for Wayne Agrella. And for Cliffy Miller and Nick Paddock. They won earlier on today, and Montrezor has given them a galloping lesson again today to reel off a third win in a row. A hat-trick of wins. Montrezor perfectly timed by Wayne Agrella. Never lose the knack of riding, however long you've been in the game, and here he is. Rode the perfect race, did Wayne, on Montrezor, the colours of Ron Karras. These are actually Mark Paddock's colours, but partnership with Ron and Cliffy Miller. And it's going to be a victory for number 2, Montrezor. Fancy Horse wins the last. Colorama in Tara Lang's colours is second. Angel Sea is run third. Number 11 on the programme. First run for Montana Turner. Good race for her. That's back in third. And then fourth position will go to Open Secret, who slow out and came fourth ahead of Moonstrike, Global Goddess. Stage Play, then came further back in the field Amy's Idol. And that's the run for the 9th and final race of the day. I see that the jockey Agrella has dismounted shortly after the line. Hope all is well. But Montrezor has come clear of the field. You see that Lady Chartouche has effectively not been persevered with at the back end of the field. But good victory here for Montrezor to round up our day at Fairview. Thanks for joining us on Friday. It is racing at Turffontein tomorrow. Looking forward to that, as well as a race meeting down in the Western Cape at Durbanville. So a double-header tomorrow.
Well, it's the last of the afternoon, and it goes the way of the Cliffy Miller Yard, who get to score a double, so they'll be really chuffed with that. I'm joined by Aubrey, who is collecting Peter's 1,500 Rand check from World Sports Betting, or should I say bonus. Peter's seeing to his charge at the moment, Montresor, and Aubrey, thank you very much.
I thank you very much.
A big smile. And Nick is going to join me once again on behalf of Cliffy Miller. I've got to say, huge well done to Nick. You thought that she could go 3 from 3. She was beautifully turned out again. She's done you proud.
No, she's done exceptionally well. You know, there's not often you get also goes through on the bounce in a handicap. You know, they're especially difficult. They, you know, the points raised and that. But
exactly.
But she, you know, keeps on defying it. She keeps on getting better even at her age. You know, and I don't think she'll be stopping here. She'll have a little bit of a holiday now. You know, but hopefully, look, you know, there's a couple of sprinters out of the top division now, so maybe we can look at maybe sneaking a bit of blacktop if we're lucky.
Oh, she really would be well deserved of that. Now a 4-time winner from her 27 starts. Big thanks once again for always steering us in the right direction, and on behalf of your dad, well done. He's got a share in her.
Yeah, no, I have to say well done to my old man, Mr. Karras and Cliffy as well. They all own, have little pieces of the pie. She's turning to one hell of a nice filly, and well done to our sponsors. Like I said earlier, the best bookmaking brand out there, Hollywood Bets. Thank you.
Fantastic, Nick. Well done. Wayne, great that he could make it back to join us. Is also ridden a double on the day for the Miller Yard, and he's gotten to steer Montresor to victory. Wayne, she's a beautiful, huge filly, and I know that she's got her problems back home. Nick and Mr. Miller never try and shy from it. They treat her back home. They really look after her, and she's thriving under their care.
Yeah, thank you very much. Big kudos to the filly. You know, she looks like she's going to be a battling maiden.
Yeah.
Maybe a one-time winner. I'll never forget, I got off her one day because I had kidney stones. Then Ryan picked up and she won.
And you thought I missed the bus?
Yeah. So, you know, I think 3 or 4 wins later, just unfortunately in a market, didn't feel well this morning. I'm not sure what's wrong with that, but I did phone him. And there's a big thank you to Mark because he explained to me exactly how to ride this filly. I know the filly, but it's always too good to have the input of a jockey that won on it before. Because I was going to stop it straight, I was going to just let her own.
Yeah.
And he told me that you saw it for Gavin Smith. So you also have to nurse her, but let her run away. So that's what I did. Just well done, team. and hope he gets better very soon.
Yeah, most definitely. And Wayne, a huge well done to you for your double today as well.
Yeah, thank you very much. Nice, thank you very much for that. You need that support.
Yep.
So just, just a pickup rod. I'm very grateful. Just well done to the yard's doing well. Yeah, like I said, I haven't been riding for 4 months, so we're slowly coming back, but it's like they say, it's like riding a bicycle. Eventually I have to ride it again.
Well, you're hitting top form. It doesn't take you long to make your way back.
Yeah, I just hope the filly's good, because as I went past the winning post, I heard like a noise.
Yeah.
Almost like she broke down, and she was off straight away. So I jumped off, took my saddle off, and I let her back. So let's hope it's not as big as I hope it's not.
Yeah.
So please, God, holding down.
We'll definitely cross fingers.
Yeah, yes, thank you to Mark and Nicholas, and obviously Mr. Miller. Thank you very much, and to Heather. Thank you very much. And to Mark, get well soon shot.
Brilliant.
Thank you, next.
Well done to Marco in his absence. Unfortunately stood down for being ill.